the big weekend is behind us, but still plenty of good racing to come as the countdown towards the Kentucky Derby and ultimately the Belmont Stakes really begins today. And as you take a look at the sodded aqueduct, what looks different to you? Well, the tarps are off the turf course as we're just a couple weeks away from turf racing starting again in 2025. The courses are looking great, and I'm thrilled to be here with my friend Paul LaDuca. He's Paul LaDuca. I'm Andy Serling as we start out another week of racing here at the Big A.
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see the nice green grass out there at Aqueduct. And you and I have been waiting for the turf
right.
racing here. That's the
Since
first
like
thing
December,
you noticed.
actually, for me.
Yeah, I know. You noticed it immediately, and it looks absolutely gorgeous out there. Yeah, so we'll have turf racing soon, and I think a pretty competitive card today.
Yeah, looking forward to today's card as well. There's no weather in the area, a little bit overcast, but the track is fast as we head towards the weekend here in Saratoga. Race number 7, the feature in today's card, and as you can see, fairly evenly matched on the morning line, but I don't know, Paul. I wonder if by post time, Pocket Queens, who really stepped forward last time, is going to be a more solid favorite.
Yeah, she's been good in her last 2 starts. She broke her maiden and didn't get relatively a big figure at all, but then completely jumped up with a 72 buyer in her next start. And Eric Cancel's ridden her last 3 times. You know, getting the 1 hole I don't think is advantageous for her, but she does have a nice little closing kick.
Yeah, I think she should be relatively forwardly placed in there, not necessarily a speed horse. That speed may belong to another horse winning the last race, but she really did step forward last time and is a lightly raced horse for trainer Christophe Clement. Perhaps she has another move forward, and if she moves forward off of this race, she's a very likely winner. Now, a horse who moved forward a great deal in her last start was the 4 Pretty Magical, who very well may be the speed again today. My problem with her win last time was that she rode a rail, which I thought was advantageous, and in my opinion, it played a role in there, though some may feel that she just moved forward with the addition of blinkers.
Yeah, you make the point with the addition of blinkers that she just completely moved up. Now, she had a race 3 back that was pretty good, but now with Lasix, a little bit of blinkers, this was the result last time, and she's somewhat similar to Pocket Queens. Like, you know, which one is better? I mean, they're both sort of improving off that last effort. Which effort is going to be the key effort?
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable question to ask. Romero Mirage rode last time. Now Javier Castellano has the mount today. Romero is riding Valtellina on the outside, a horse I'm a little interested in. That's race 7 a little bit later in the card, 8-race card. Pick 6 begins in race number 3 today of our 8-race card, and we'll see how things play out. The early pick 5 starts in race number 1. The late pick 5 starts in race number 4, and as mentioned before, that 7th race is our feature on today's card, the first of 4 cards this week as we begin racing here. You want to head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time than the present. Use the promo code MATCH200 and we'll match with $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. I want to mention all today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The field for today's opening race. You've got it. I kind of look at this race, Paulie, as a last time was the time purse, right? Because you've got both Maggie T and Collect Dad who won their last races at 9-1, and they are the 2 horses to beat. But they're also going to be running at significantly shorter prices. Maggie T got a perfect outside stalking spot trip in her last race. Collect Dat got a good pace to run at last time. They're the horses to beat. They're the favorites right now, but did you miss the boat?
You make a good point there. I mean, Maggie T last time was able to just rate, like you said, right off the pace, seize the lead, and won at about 9.5-1. But what are you going to get today? Like you said, probably favoritism in here. But this was a good effort. She still has to go back to where she was in the summer of last year, I think July and August, to win this race. I mean, there might be a move forward from here, Andy. I just don't know if she's good enough, but maybe she is.
Yeah, hard to see her taking a real move forward, but her last race might be good enough unless Collect Dat runs her last race. The interesting thing about Collect Dat, claimed for $15,000 2 races back. The new connections won at a $20,000 level. They dropped back in for $15,000 today. Maybe they're trying to get 2 wins, get claimed, and move on in a successful way. The number 1 Gold Crest also goes out for Ilke Cantermachi. Manny Franco has the mount.
Yeah, I think you and I both landed on this horse, this mare, and the Cantermachi's have been unbelievable off the claim. They've won their last 3 or 4 races.
The number 2, we're waiting for Jackie Joker. Jimmy Ferraro has this horse off the claim with Lane Luzzi.
Yeah, 2 for 19 over the Aqueduct, the racetrack, and has changed a lot of barns.
Number 3, Our Funny Business, a nice race 2 back, a disaster against some tougher last time out, goes out for Jesus Romero, and Louis Rivera has the mount.
Needs a lot of pace to run into. She comes from way out of it, and if you get some, she can run a good one every once in a blue moon.
Maggie T looking to put together back-to-back wins. Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez.
It's going to be interesting whether she can rate from the outside or she'll have to push towards the front.
Another horse coming off a win is Collect Dat, Ilke Cantermachi, and who's riding? Sylvester Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Yeah, good race last time. Obviously winning by a head. If she repeats that, she's going to be tough.
The rank outsider on the far outside, She's an Arctic Queen, goes out for Eduardo Jones with Matty Olver in the saddle.
This horse has been claimed 3 out of the last 4 starts, so somebody sees something. And if you look back, some decent races at Finger Lakes, Matty Olver, last time aboard, did lose to Goldcrest.
Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase PPs. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. And getting back to the field, the number 5, Collect Dat. I'm not surprised she's back to favoritism now as they're sort of going between the 1, 4, and 5 in this race. And she got a good trip last time out, but she also beat better horses, Paulie.
Yeah, she did. She was 4 wide most of the way. They ran a pretty quick time. I know the racetrack was pretty quick that day, but 110 flat for 20 claimers is pretty good. I like that the Ketamachi barn does not go crazy. Six this horse back in right where she belongs, right at this level, this $15,000 level. Whenever she's at this $15,000, $20,000 level, she's usually very, very tough.
Listen, she got a nice win last time. I just have trouble taking short prices on horses that won at long prices in their last starts. Third member of our team, Sarah Albadwi, is standing by in the paddock. How are things out in the paddock today? A little chilly?
Well, we've certainly had worse here at Aqueduct. Can't be too choosy with the weather. Sun comes in and out a little bit in here, but it's not so bad down here in the winner's circle at the moment. And we'll start with the number 5, Collect Dat, one of the 3 horses taking the bulk of the play in this race. And yes, she is one that did just run the other day, running on April 3rd, where she was a winner at a big price. And I completely agree with what both Andy and Paul have touched on, that you have 2 of these horses, Maggie T as well as Collect that were big prices when they were able to get their last victories. So you kind of feel like you're missing out now taking them at much shorter prices in here. But this is ultimately where I'm going to land with Collect Dat. If you look back in her past performances, there was a time back in September of last year where she did run on awfully short rest, running in September, at the early part of September, 2 times in a row, once at Monmouth going a mile where she showed some pace and then faded, and then cutting back at Parks on September 10th. Ultimately finishing 3rd after showing some speed in there. And I think that it's arguable that she's just a horse that's improved for Ilkay Cantermachi, who, since going out on his own, he doesn't have a large sample size of horses coming back on short rest in 1 to 7 days. 0 for 4 so far, though 2 of those have hit the board, and one of them was a big price at 40 to 1. So nothing to suggest that it's not within the realm of possibility for this barn to have success with. And speaking of Ilkay Cantermachi, and first off the claim, like Collect Dat was last time getting the victory, when we go down towards the inside with the number 1 Goldcrest, he has been doing extremely well with horses joining his barn for the first time. He is going to be winning at a percentage of 24%, 6 for 25 first off the claim dirt sprints, the $3.12 ROI, and 40% in the money since going out on his own. So certainly want to pay attention to those horses joining this barn for the first time, and maybe Goldcrest stepping up a little bit in class coming out of the Linda Rice barn in here is an alternative if you want a horse who at least was not a big price last time for their last victory. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Looking at the race, can you make a case for any of the horses not taking much money? And are you surprised also that Maggie T has drifted up this much to 4 to 1 in here?
Yeah, a little surprised, because I thought she would end up being at least close to being your favorite or right there. I'm surprised 6 to 5 on the 5. I'd rather go for the 5 to 2 on the 1. And we both are looking at that. I think that 3 is the interesting horse, Our Funny Business, because that's just a guess whether they all collapse or not. Because
that's the problem.
You know what I mean?
She's so pace dependent.
Yes.
And I don't think there's enough speed. I know you have horses, all of the 2, the 4 and 5 can be forward. Can the 2, Jackie the Joker, get her act back together for Jimmy Ferraro off the claim? He's only had her for 13 days, and she's been off her form, but she does have relatively recent back form that would make her a contender. I thought if you were looking for a fuzzy, and I'm not in any way endorsing her, but if you wanted a fuzzy, she was the one for me. I'd rather bet her than the 3.
Yeah, I mean, she's got race to go to.
And she's forward.
Exactly. She can be forward where a lot of horses in here can't be forward. And Lane Luzzi gets aboard. Lane's been aboard her before, and he's been riding hot, Lane. So, yeah, I mean, at 8-1, I could see her getting to the front end of this group if the 4 doesn't really want to go. But does Maggie T want to be on the front end?
Well, I mean, I think that you're going to see Ruben Silvera. The horses, if I look at the time form pace projector, which I believe in quite a bit, that are forward here, the 2, 4, and 5, but none of them are that fast. Yeah. They're sort of first, second, they're sort of on top by default. While I think the 2 might have the best speed if Lane rides her, and, if you go on the go back, and you were mentioning this, Lane has been on her when she set some pretty quick paces in the past. So maybe his plan from the inside is to try to go. But I also think Ruben Silvera in the 4, probably an aggressive rider, will look to be forward as well.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, your best chance, and Maggie T does look like she could be the speed of the speed. It depends, like what you said, what Lane does with the 2. The 1 is clicked down to 2-1. Sarah was saying to her, okay, Katamachi, but I mean, no exaggeration. I want to say like the last 3 or 4 horses that they've claimed have won. They had another one yesterday.
On Sunday.
On Sunday win. I know this was off Linda Rice, but sometimes we stay away from those type of horses. I'm kind of gravitating towards the 1 here.
I mistakenly thought she might be the 3rd choice. I picked her. She didn't run that well last time in Victory. I'm hoping, like you said, off the claim she can get it done. I did not have a strong opinion here. I'm curious to see if both the 4 and 5 can run back their last efforts. Week's just starting for all of us, including Chris Griffin. He's got the call first.
Collect that. She's an Arctic Queen. Last to load to the outside. Start of the early pick 5. All set. And they're off. She's an Arctic Queen. Threw her head at the start. In between horses, first call is going to go to Jackie the Joker, and Jackie the Joker is a half length in front. Maggie T to the outside. They're well off the rail early. It's going to be Jackie the Joker and Lane Luzzi with a host of pursuers out in the center of the racetrack there. Maggie T is going to be in the 3 path, but now is a stalking second. Collect Dat is right there in 3rd. Far run, She's an Arctic Queen is trying to keep up with the leaders, but very wide. At the rail, saving all the ground. Manny Franco in Goldcrest is in the red cap with less than 4 furlongs to travel. The trailer, Our Funny Business, 22.37 for the opening quarter mile. Jackie the Joker is in front. Closely pursued here by Maggie T, who's trying to keep up the gray right there in second, but Jackie the Joker is getting away a bit, is up by a full length now. Collect Dat is trying to rally on here from 3rd. Out wider, She's an Arctic Queen. From the back, Our Funny Business starts to rally on. Goldcrest has got to pick it up, is now the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, 45.29 for a half mile time, and the leader is Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker is kicked on, is now up by 3-4 lengths. Collect Dat starts to commence the rally. A furlong left to go. Can Jackie the Joker hang on? Our Funny Business is emerging as a late danger too. Jackie the Joker with a 16th left to go is looking for the wire. Collect Dat is trying to time it right. Jackie the Joker wins the opener. Collect Dat second. Our Funny Business, and She's an Arctic Queen with Maggie T in 1 minute 17.90 seconds.
Both Goldcrest and Maggie T were complete no-shows in this race. But as we talked about beforehand, off the claim for Jimmy Ferraro, Lane Luzzi getting back aboard, the aggressive ride, and you got the kind of performance she was putting in earlier in the year to upset this field at 12-1.
Yeah, and they went pretty fast. 22.45, 110 change or 111. That's not bad for $15,000 claimers. And you're right, this mare, good call by you. This was the one that you said that you'd probably bet.
I picked her 4th. Let's not get carried away.
But at the end of the day,
it's a 6-horse field.
This is a horse that we figured could get to the front. And you get 12-1 on this horse to start your pick 5. I thought the 5 actually ran okay because nobody really got up into it. Our Funny Business kind of ran her regular race, flying through the stretch. But you're right, Maggie T just tried to rate, could not push by. And Lane Luzzi, again, just pushing all the right buttons.
happy to see Jimmy Ferraro get the win. You know, you look at Jimmy's record and it belies his skill as a trainer, and you look at General Banker who he does such a good job with. If you've got a lot of slow horses in your barn, you're going to have a bad record as a trainer. But nice to see Jimmy get this horse back the winning ways. An aggressive ride by Lane Leslie certainly didn't hurt, and she was able to control from start to finish. 12-1 to start out. I hope you've got her in the pick 5. Could start out what could be a very promising afternoon, or even if you bet her to win, or you had the exactas or anything else. Collect that ran fine to be second here, but she had her chances, Paulie. She just didn't run as well as she did last time.
No, she couldn't, and nobody was catching Jackie the Joker. And the 6, she's an Arctic Queen, got off to an awful start. I thought she ran really well for being really wide the whole way around there. Yeah.
And the 3 almost was able to get second, coming up down the inside. Whether or not the inside is an advantage remains to be seen. We saw a pretty fair track over the last 5 or 6 weeks of racing, to say the least. A lot more racing to come, and a big weekend coming up as well. We've got our A team. The B team is hanging out here, but the A team will be down at Oaklawn Park as Torpedo Anna looks to see if she can get another Grade 1 victory in their Apple Blossom. America's Day at the Races continues after a moment.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. Race number 1 is official, and you see Lane Leslie heading back to the winner's circle, and there is, you can't tell, but that's Jimmy Ferraro, and he's got to be pretty happy. I hope Jimmy bet a few dollars on this one. $27.80 gets max jingles, as they call it. $27.80 for the win in this 12-1 shot. The 1-5 exacta paid just over $50 for $1, and Sarah is standing by with the man of the hour, Jimmy Ferraro.
And Jimmy Ferraro here, first off the claim and a score with Jackie the Joker. And Jimmy, was the plan always to put a horse like her on the lead?
I leave that up to Lane Luzzi. He rides this filly really well.
And what was it about her that made you want to dip in and claim her for the barn and have her come into a spot like this today?
It was actually the owner's brother, Jimmy Ferraro. He saw she was in, and he wanted to claim her back.
All right, well, it certainly worked out to be successful at a big price, and I have to mention a horse that we've all become good fans of here on the NYRA circuit, General Banker, that you've kept in just such excellent form throughout his career. How's he doing after his second place finish the other day?
Oh, he's feeling great. Act like he didn't even do any running.
And anything on the horizon planned for him, or a wait-and-see approach?
Maybe an allowance race in May.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations with the victory here at a big price with Jackie the Joker.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Guys?
Jimmy for coming on the show, of course, and a nice win for him and General Banker. I'm sure we'll see him in plenty of races. He seems to run like clockwork, and he shows up. I mean, you can sort of figure every race he runs in because he gets an 88 buyer every single time he runs.
He's got a perfect name. He's an ATM.
Yeah, he really is. No question about it. Well, as we mentioned before, grass racing coming up soon. As you see those courses, they are pristine right now. Haven't been racing on them since the middle of November. We are scheduled to be back on the turf just 2 weeks from today. And for people that wonder why are they starting a few weeks later than they normally do, well, in past years, of course, we only ran here until the end of April, and then we went over to Belmont, and we come back in the fall with Belmont still under reconstruction. We'll be racing here until through most of June. Obviously, we'll be in Saratoga for a week, and then we'll be back in the fall where we'll try to get 3+ months of turf racing. So we don't want to really beat them up in the beginning of the year and give the grass a chance to really grow in.
That was kind of like whoever was on audio playing a little Masters music on Masters weekend, showing the grass, you know?
You know, I just remembered it was the Masters this weekend.
Yeah.
You excited?
I love the Masters.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The Masters looking green. The Jack is looking green, just like the turf courses. Horses are going to be getting ready for today's second race, and it appears that the horse on the rail, the one Roman Goddess looking at doubles, is going to be a significant favorite.
Yeah, and she's the one to beat in here for Rudy Rodriguez. She dropped down for this level, and usually I'm not a big fan of horses that drop down this level and don't get it done. She's 1 for 17 at Aqueduct. It's hard for me to endorse a horse like this, but I get it.
My problem with her, and she is the horse to beat, and I agree with all the things you're saying, is that she is 26 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds, 11 thirds. She's a horse that has trouble sealing the deal. She's also 0 for 18 since being claimed away from Mike Maker and has not won a race since September of 2023. And those are tough ones to take as the favorites. But given the field she's running in, she is the horse to beat in this race. We know the horse to beat is in the Apple Blossom on Saturday, and she's the ABR Race of the Week. That's coming up this Saturday from Oaklawn Park. Post time, I don't know, somewhere a little bit before 7 o'clock Eastern time. And I do know that Torpedo Anna, she's going to be very, very much the one to beat. And as you can see on the board, only Where's My Ring is considered a real rival in the morning line. But Torpedo Anna, I think the accolades have been exhausted at this point. She's a terrific, terrific horse who can win in the front end, and she can win rating as well. And she can also win the front end dealing with some fast paces.
Yeah, I think the faster it goes, the better she is, actually. And this is her winning the Azeri, and now she's going to try to conquer the Apple Blossom, which Azeri won a couple times. Yeah, she's going to be a handful. Where's My Ring? I get it, is in very good form, but not this kind of form.
Let's get to her in a second. I think what's interesting about this race, which some may remember, Wild Bout Hillary was entered in the Azari, and she was scratched at the gate, and it took the other speed out of the race. And I think with her presence in here, perhaps Torpedo Anna won't be quite as comfortable in the front end. Now, listen, we've seen her duel with good horses and fast horses, Ways and Means.
Yeah.
She's the best 3-year-old filly in the country last year sprinting. She dueled her in defeat in the Kentucky Oaks and just ran away from them in the stretch. So she can deal with other speed. But I think the one question we haven't answered yet is she really back this year? Has she improved from last year? Not knocking her last race, but let's face it, Paul, it's a public workout.
Yeah, it was a public workout, and you know, this might be a public workout too, you know, considering what she's been facing. You know, listen, she ran the one of the best boys, Fierceness in the Travers, right to the wire. She's a tremendous type filly, and you would think at age 4 she would grow up and be a little bit better. Now, it was like kind of an unassuming but a workman-like win for her last time. I think she does step it up a little bit more when it comes to the Apple Blossom. And you're right, because I think Kenny, at the end of the day, will want to take on the boys at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think, you know, if things go well for her, it's hard to imagine Kenny will pass up in La Troyenne even in 3 weeks later. He has a tough time passing on spots like that. And we like the fact that he runs his horses. We'll hope to see her in the Phipps, and maybe we'll see her in a race like the Whitney against the boys up in Saratoga if things go well. But you never know how things are going to work out. And Sarah, Where's My Ring is coming in this race. Now, Where's My Ring has run against Torpedo Anna twice and lost by 40 lengths. Why can things be different on Saturday's card?
Well, I think that one of the big differences is that Where's My Ring, coming off of that big performance that she had last time out, she's unlikely to be your early pace setter going into Saturday's Apple Blossom like she was for that big breakout performance. And she's also coming off Lasix now after that career best effort. She's run fast races before, thinking the Gazelle, without the presence of Lasix, and she doesn't necessarily need the lead to be successful, but I think that a lot of things are going to be different going into Saturday, especially for Torpedo Anna, who is going to have to show up in all likelihood with one of her better efforts than what we saw last time, where she was just so easily winning that Azeri. She's going to have to deal with Wild About Hillary's speed towards the outside. Free Like a Girl will be back in for her swan song, and Chasey Palmer has the one-horse Sweet Alyssa in as well, potentially trying to have those stablemates show some tactics together. But Where's My Ring has to prove that she is this new renowned type of filly that we saw from her last time. If she is, she will be a real rival for Torpedo Anna, but if she's not, it's possible that some of the other horses in this field may try to put up a fight as a group to try to defeat Torpedo Anna. We've seen her overcome so much. We've all really fallen in love with her, myself included. But this is going to be a much tougher test than what she had to face last time.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 horses in here that have collectively close to 0 chance. There are 2 reasonable runners that are interesting horses, but Where's My Ring is the only horse in here that can beat Torpedo Anna if Torpedo Anna runs one of her better races. So what happened in this race, and why is this Where's My Ring possibly a lot better than the one that got smashed by Torpedo Anna last year?
I don't know. It makes a good point. You know, this was only her second lifetime win, and it was in really good fashion. It seems
Just
like
to put it in, she got a 103
yeah,
buyer.
103 buyer, yeah.
Only the Travers did Torpedo Anna get a higher buyer speed figure, and Timeform US agrees with that as well.
Yeah, and you know, Val Brinkerhoff, he's a trainer that has a lot of his horses out in Minnesota. He has a lot of them out at Turf Paradise, out in Arizona. He's got them a little bit everywhere. And this is a horse that's very, very talented. I just don't know, whenever she goes against Torpedo Anna, she just doesn't run her best. And did she run her best race at the wrong time?
Well, here's what I'll say about her. She broke her maiden winning the Gazelle, but she was also coming out of a second-place finish in a stakeout in California. Yeah. And you look at her effort in the Gazelle, and it suggests that she's a 3-year-old in the upswing that might be a player in the division. She catches a sloppy track in the Kentucky Oaks, doesn't have any chance the way the race is run, and it's the kind of race that you might dismiss. And I guess they did, because they tried her back 5 weeks later in the Acorn at Saratoga. Well, that was a track that was very kind to speed. You had to be forward, and she just got lost and wide early in the running. And so I don't think it's that shocking she ran these clunkers. Now, I don't know what he was thinking, shipping her out to run the turf when she had shown so much promise in the dirt. Then she comes back and returns. She runs in a sprint. When she got back to doing what she wants to do, which is going long in the dirt, she runs this big effort. So I do think there are some reasons to believe that she's a lot better than what she did against Torpedo Anna. The problem is Torpedo Anna has done it, and she's done it in the biggest of biggest stages. She's going to have to show that she can show up when there's a real competition facing her, because let's face it, her Gazelle was good, but there's nobody behind her.
True, and maybe a smaller field will help Where My Ring. I meant to say Val Brinkerhoff, he has a lot of horses out in California too as well. Yeah, maybe a smaller field, and then she can repeat that effort, because if she repeats that effort, she's right in the face of Torpedo Anna.
Oh, no question. She can beat Torpedo Anna.
100%.
I'll put it this way. Torpedo Anna was never going to run a huge race last time. It was a public workout. Yeah. To criticize her 95 buyer, she could run better, that's silly. But she did run a faster race, no matter what speed figures you're looking at. And at least it puts some intrigue in this race that it's not just a one-horse race. And it makes it a little bit more interesting, because while you want to see the best horses compete and win, you also want to leave them feeling as though they've accomplished something. And this is at least another bit of a stone in her path.
Well, you know, the interesting part is Torpedo Anna can be laying like 3rd or 4th in this race.
Right. She can sit there. We've seen her do it before. She does not need the lead to win.
Yeah, exactly. So what's going to happen is she going to sit in maybe in the first flight, the second flight, and then Where's My Ring's right behind her, and maybe can get that second run on her. So it's going to be very key. I think the speed in the race will be key, but Torpedo Anna can cut out her own I think her own, I guess, trip.
They're all at her mercy at the end of the day. And if she shows up and runs her best race, where's my ring? Better run her best race as well. It's exciting. Looking forward to that. And of course, we'll have a great team at Oaklawn Park. Lafitte Pinkai, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and Acacia Clement all down at Oaklawn Park Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Torpedo Anna is the star of the show. She'll be running on the final Grade 1 of the Oaklawn Park meeting. They do have the Oaklawn Handicap coming up next weekend. And also on that card, the Count Fleet. A win and you're in for the True North on Belmont Stakes weekend. We're going to take a quick break here in America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a quick break.
They're off in the Naira Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
they're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here out at Aqueduct. Race number 1 is in the books, a long shot. Hope you're alive in that pick 5 as we continue on with today's card. Well, a big race that was supposed to be run on Saturday was finally run in the freezing cold at Keeneland on Tuesday. And a couple of horses really kind of got back on track. One, Burnham Square, was the favorite in his last start in the Fountain of Youth with a disappointing effort, but also the second place finisher, East Avenue, who at least showed that last year's effort at Keeneland was not an aberration.
No, it wasn't. But I tell you what, Burnham Square ran an unbelievable race to win this race. Was wide most of the way and had to catch the front runner. I mean, East Avenue was basically having it on his own on the front end, and Ian Wilkes gets it done. And like you said, this horse was favored in the Fountain of Youth and just didn't take to the Gulfstream Park racetrack and ran a good race yesterday.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think that East Avenue ran far and away the best race in here. He set a very honest pace in running away from some pretty fast horses early, and Burnham Square saved a lot of ground before angling out in the stretch. The Burnham Square got an absolutely terrific ride to get it done. Brian Hernandez picking up the mount on him. Thrilled for Ian Wilkes. I do prefer him more as a Derby horse, but I think that East Avenue is a good horse to get in the Derby because he is going to ensure pace. One thing I think they've learned with him, he's not winning these races from behind. He needs to be forward.
He needs to be forward. And here's the other part, Andy. A lot of the horses that did have pace have kind of fell by the wayside getting in the Derby. We thought this Derby was going to be filled with a ton of speed, and it kind of hasn't really panned out.
Qualified, right?
A lot of them didn't
American
qualify.
Promise, though, Rodriguez to be forward in this horse. So I think we're back to a more fair pace. But I think with East Avenue, it sort of guarantees they're going to be moving because he has got to go, and they have to deal with him, whether you like him or not. I think he has an effect on this race.
Yeah, and he's got a good trainer behind him, too, as well. I mean, a Kentucky Oaks winning trainer in Brendan Walsh. So East Avenue,
Pretty
I think
mischievous, if you're wondering.
Yeah. East Avenue is a horse that does have speed, but with horses going by the wayside from the Bob Baffert barn, usually has a lot of speed. Obviously, Rodriguez will be in there, and maybe he'll show some speed.
I think Bob has to consider Rodriguez his best hope at this point. I think we've learned that Citizen Bull is a Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah.
If he can control in the front end, he's very good. If he can't, he's very ordinary, whereas Rodriguez has shown he can't really run from behind, but he can run faster races if he's allowed on the front end. And this is that Wood Memorial. And one thing about Mike Smith and Bob Baffert together, they don't get in the way of their horses' talents.
It's so true. I mean, like, I called my father after this race, and my father said, well, you just got the perfect Mike Smith ride. It's just so true. They're going to the front end. They're going to tell you they're going to go to the front end. He put Manicat Road on the front end of the Florida Derby. This horse just kept going. It was a good pick by you, Andy. I know you liked this horse a little bit, Rodriguez, and you were never in danger. Mike never even brought his crop out, so this horse is throwing up 107 Beyer earlier in his career, so he's got some talent, this horse.
No, he got 100 Beyer breaking his maiden. He got a 101 Beyer in here. He's run 2 triple-digit Beyers, and they were both in races around 2 turns where he was allowed to establish the lead. And kind of like Medina Spirit, where they were rating behind Life is Good, they got him out of his shadow, and he went to the front and he did his business. But the pace could be at least a bit contentious up front. And some of the better horses, Journalism is not a horse that comes from far back. He seems to be a horse that can adapt to circumstances, whereas horses like Burnham Square, Sovereignty, they're going to need more pace to close out in this Derby, and it feels like they should get at least an honest one.
Yeah, when you look at the odds in the Derby, probably if you were going to say first, second, third choice, it'd probably be the Mike McCarthy horse would probably be your first choice. Journalism. I would say your second choice would be a battle between Sovereignty and maybe somebody else. I don't know how far back that's going to be, but you make such a good point. You have horses going to the front. You have horses like Sovereignty. Burnham Square are going to go from behind. And it seems like the best horse is going to be the one that can rate. And you make a good point because he was up on the front end a little bit, and he got sort of squeezed out of it before he won the Santa Anita Derby. He's a special horse. We'll see how he is.
Good horse. And, I don't think he'll be that big a favorite. American Pharaoh was 5-2 in the Derby. So how big a favorite? And Michael McCarthy, as good as he is, not a household name like a Baffert or a Pletcher, but he is, without question, the horse to beat going to this Derby here on the track for race number 2. The one Roman Goddess, the favorite, Manny Franco, riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, 2 for 26 lifetime. I don't know if you want to take 6-5.
The number 2, Mad for Maddie, should be the speed in here. Carol Cedeno riding for Ned Allard.
Yeah, got a little bit of trouble last time out. Gets Lasix, blinkers go on, so Speed did win the last race.
The number 3 is Legrat, going out for trainer Robert Johnston. Ruben Silvera has the mount.
Horse that's been in pretty good form, 2 for 22 lifetime.
Second choice right now, the number 4, Fast Kimmy. Haven't seen her since Saratoga, where she won her last start. She's 8-1 right now. Jose Gomez riding for Phil Serpy.
Yeah, she's by Oscar Performance, who was such a good turf for us. Phil put her on the dirt, and she won, but she hasn't been seen for a while.
The number 5, Harlan's Bond, to me a generous 6-1, going out Javier Castellano riding for Gus Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like this horse too. This horse, one race experience without the blinkers, they're just putting him right back on.
Well, number 6 is a long shot. Troubled Luck. If you had her last time, you got 22-1. She's 15-1 now at Idoloro and a Romero Mirage.
Yeah, she was stretched out to that mile last time, and she liked every bit of it, getting at that non-2 condition. Now she's facing horses that have won 2 races lifetime.
There's a promo on Exactas today at Naira Bets. If you opt in over at Naira Bets, a 20% Exacta on the Exactas today at Aqueduct. All you got to do is opt in. It's so easy, even I was able to do it. The 4, Fast Kimmy, is a big price right now, yet she's 1 for 1 in the dirt. Now, that was her last start in August. She ran a figure that makes her competitive from a Beyer standpoint, a 64 Beyer. But, man, that was a week off the turf race, to say the least.
It was. I mean, she had gotten blinkers 2 starts before this, so maybe that helped. Then just an off-the-turf event, and she was able to get it done with Ramon Vasquez. We're seeing him at Oaklawn Park, but Ramon got the job done on this day. Now, Wellspring Stables hasn't been seen since this win, so putting the horse at a reasonable spot at 25, at least not completely dumping down.
I think they're trying to find out where she stands, but in all likelihood, we're going to see her back on the turf, and if nothing else, it's sort of getting a start under her belt before turf season starts. Harlan's Bond is who I like, and you mentioned you liked her chances as well. I know she did not run well last time, but she was running against significantly better horses than these, and I thought she deserved a chance for Gus Rodriguez off the claim in a spot where she could win, dropping back down to the level that he claimed her, where she ran a race that would make her contentious here. I don't think she's going to stay the fourth choice at 9-2, Paul.
No, I don't think so. I think she's going to end up being like I thought she'd be like 5-2, somewhere in that area. But
she's third choice in doubles.
Yeah, like I said, they took off the blinkers for just one start, and it didn't work out. Now, she's not the winning type, but a lot of these horses aren't the winning type. So maybe the blinkers back on. I think Javier Castellano getting aboard is a nice little touch, too, as well. And this horse, maybe with the blinkers can be a little bit more forwardly placed, but I just can't take even money on the one. I get it. I don't think you could take even money on any of the horses in there. Horse hasn't won in 2 years.
I do worry about that a little bit. Let's get more from Sarah.
And we'll start with the number 5, Harlan's Bond, the horse who I agree is the generous price right now, and maybe one that you want to throw into some of those exactas if you're playing with that bonus through Naira Bets today. I don't really think that she's going to stay this price either, unfortunately, but she is dropping back down to a class level that she has had less opportunities to compete against, and maybe that is ultimately the difference for her. But trust is really hard to come by at this level because you are dealing with a group of horses that have had a plethora of opportunities. And so ultimately, I just wanted to go with somebody that's had less chances to disappoint on the racetrack. And that did lead me to the number 2, Mad for Maddie. The blinkers do go on this one. A horse that was able to win while being forwardly placed for Carol Cedeno over a wet track back on February 9th, and then did not run quite as well in her last start at Laurel, though she did not make the lead in that race. I just feel as though she's one that has potentially a little bit more upside at what is a fair enough price now, because when you look around at the rest of this field, except for the number 4, Fast Kimmy, who I don't really think is much of the competition that she was facing last time out when she got that victory, you're looking at horses that are 2 for 20 something versus a horse that's 2 for 6 with 1 second in Mad for Maddie. So I'm hoping that the blinkers on this horse showing some good early speed like she has in the past when she's been successful, and Timeform US does project her to ultimately be the speed in this spot, so that is where I will land. Your current favorite though at 3-5 towards the inside, number 1, Roman Goddess. I just can't take this horse at the short price that she is. She's shown a propensity to, as many of these have, not be a winning type, but she has those 11 third place finishes, more finishes in the money than she's really shown that she wants to be in the winner's circle herself. And I just can't take a horse at this kind of price when you're looking at all of these horses with so many opportunities to get the job done that just have not gotten that third victory of their career. So the number 2, Mad for Maddie for me, and I'm hoping that she just ends up going at gate to wire. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Mad for Maddie does figure to be the speed in this race. My concern with her is twofold. First of all, when she won, I'm still not sure she ran necessarily well enough to beat this field. And she also did it on a muddy sealed track, and it's far and away, Paulie, the best figure she's ever run.
Yeah. Gosh, this is a confusing race. It really is, because I mean, you're getting 3-5 in a horse is 2 for 26, but I get it, and hasn't won in 2 years.
She is the horse to beat. I mean, listen, you can talk about all of this stuff. She hasn't won a race since she's been a little over 19 months. Okay, she hasn't won since she left Mike Maker's barn. But you know what? She also hasn't been in a race like this. Now she has lost at 2-1, and she's lost at 3-2. So it's not like she's been long priced in every race.
She's never been in a race where she lays over.
Right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying,
let's be fair. There's a reason these horses are sharp prices. There may be reasons you don't want to bet them. Sarah doesn't want to bet them. I don't want to bet them. That's fine. That's handicapping, but let's not kid ourselves. 3-5 shots win at a fairly high clip, whether you like them or I like them.
No, that's true. That is very true.
And she is the horse to beat with Manny Franco on the inside. And one thing is, there isn't a lot of pace. So I wonder if Manny's going. I don't know if it's going to be in front, but I think you're going to see Manny be aggressive, especially from the rail in her. And it's up to Carol Cedeno to try to be a little aggressive, because that horse probably is faster than these. But we'll see how far she is ahead. We'll see how things play out. We'll see what happens in race number 2. Starting the early pick 4, Chris Griffin has the call.
Goes in. All set. they're off. Troubled Luck has early speed on the far outside, and there's Legrot to join the early leaders, really lined up here on the front end. Mad for Maddie's in the early mix. Roman Goddess tightly at the rail. Who's going to emerge with the front as they get set to come out of the chute? It's Legrot, who's tipping out just a touch, but now a nose in front. Is hounded all the time now by Harlan's Bond up on the outside here from second. Towards their inside as Mad for Maddie is third. At the rail, Roman Goddess moves to the two path, is right in behind what's a lineup of three. The two at the back will be Fast Kimmy and a wide run, Troubled Luck. Very tightly bunched here as they work up the backstretch through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Mad for Maddie wants to hold the rail position, moves on through for Carol Cedeno, but now Legrot puts a neck back in front, comes right back. In between horses, Harlan's Bond is now 3 wide and on the move, and Harlan's Bond is trying to keep up with the leaders. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 46.33 for a half-mile time. The leader is Legrot. Harlan's Bond is ready to pounce towards the outside. Losing a touch of ground there was Mad for Maddie, who's back to a clear third. Here's a run from Fast Kimmy and Jose Gomez. They're on the move in the blue silks, and Roman Goddess is off the rail, is not making up the ground with Troubled Luck, the trailer. 2 across the racetrack here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Legrot is stubborn, is still there. Harlan's Bond with every shot to run away from that leader. Harlan's Bond with a nose in front. Legrot continues to battle on towards the inside. Roman Goddess looked done on the turn, but is now commencing a big rally, and Roman Goddess has the leaders in sights with a furlong left to go. Here comes Roman Goddess catching the leaders with every stride. Back for more is Mad for Maddie down towards the inside. The complexion completely changes. Roman Goddess made hard work of it, but Roman Goddess will get the victory. Mad for Maddie does come back for second. Then came Harlan's Bond and Legrot in 1 minute 38.40 seconds.
I'm not sure we didn't just see a gigantic magical optical illusion, Paul. You wouldn't have taken 5-1 on the winner of this race around the turn where it looks like she wasn't keeping up. But if you look at this race, it looked like the 2 was just left, like she was going to be nowhere. And the fact that she came back for second, did the 1 rally or did the field just completely fall apart?
It felt like the rest of the field was on a conveyor belt. Let's just go there. Because you're right, because the 1 right here is like in a full-out drive. Looks like the 5 is in hand. I'm saying get away with this 5. No one's getting away from nobody. And then right here, you can see that the 1 and Manny Franco gets into Roman Goddess, and she's just going to sweep by everybody. And the crazy part is it just shows you she looks like she's going to win by 5. She wins by a length. The 2 came back on the inside, like you said, ran a tremendous race.
Did she come back on, or were the others just stopping a little bit more than she was? And, you know, it's hard because Javier Castellano was really aggressively riding Harlan's Bond to get there. Well, okay, you want to say the end. Should he have saved more? Well, I don't know, because he wasn't able to get past the 2, as it turned out. He barely got by the 3. If he allowed them to sort of coast along, was he necessarily going to beat him? I don't have the answers to all these questions. I think it was a funny run race. And Roman Goddess, there were a lot of reasons to bet against her, but at the end of the day, sometimes the best horse just wins.
That's what ended up happening. And you made a good point at the end. Like, this was the first time she's bid odds on where she found a field where she can win. And congratulations to her. She won it from off the pace. I thought she wouldn't win it from that far off.
Manny Franco had a nice weekend over at Keeneland, winning 2 stakes on Monday's card. Colloquial coming back, as well as Test Score to win in the grass, a promising horse for trainer Graham Motion. So much more to come on America's Day at the Races. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we take a look at your race 2 winner, jockey Manny Franco, and number 1 Roman Goddess, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, and Sarah Badwi here standing by with winning jockey Manny Franco. And Manny, kind of an oddly run race from a pace dynamic standpoint. Were you happy with your position early on?
Yeah, I was. I want to be close to the pace. The horses outside me, I knew that they're gonna clear me, so I don't want to be too far because I think the track is playing that way. And my filly, as soon the kickback hit her on her face, she just back up in the 3/8 post, so I have to go early with her. And as soon as she hit the clear, she leveled off and start running. So.
And a filly that you were aboard last time when she finished second. Did you have in mind that the kickback really not in her liking, wanted to keep her out in the clear today?
Yeah, that was my plan. I rode her before last time too, so I kind of know her. I get along with her, and yeah, I try to make it a little bit easier for her, but we got to work out to get the win today.
And coming off of a big weekend at Keeneland for you, some very exciting horses, including one in Colloquial for trainer George Weaver. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to have the mount on such an exciting prospect?
I mean, I'm just happy and you know, to get the opportunity to ride those amazing horses, good horses. And Colloquial is special horse. I think he's gonna be around for a while, making noise. So hopefully he keep doing well and we keep winning races with him.
And I can see from the expression on your face, he's one that's certainly an exciting type and an exciting prospect. You've been riding him very well, not taking anything away from him. Manny, winning all over the place for you, and congratulations on this one.
Thank you, Sarah.
Guys?
From a speed figure standpoint, it was a disappointing win for him. He ran an 88 buyer after running a 107 last time out. And Manny was in a situation where he sort of had to rush from the inside with him. Not really a speed type horse, but drawing the rail. And I was texting with Manny after the race, and he said, I'm riding the best horse. I got to go from the rail. And I think it led to a slightly less good performance. We'll see if he can get back to those better figures going forward. We expect to see him up in Saratoga in the Woody Stevens. But you see those short prices on Roman Goddess getting it done in race number 2. Long shot in the first, short price in the second. Yeah. This race, it feels to me like this could be a kind of interesting race. And right now, the number 5, Frantic, trying the dirt for the first time, is favored over the number 4, Dark Devil, has had his chances. And then the 6, Tears in Rain, as Lane Luzzi will look for another one, a horse that ran once and did no running at Churchill Downs against arguably a tougher field.
And she's out of that great mare, Balance, who really hasn't thrown much. She was a heck of a racehorse on the track.
She's related to Zenyatta. I feel like that.
Like somewhere
is
in
she
there.
a Vertigino? She's in that. She might be a half to Zenyatta.
Yeah,
I gotta look
she
her
was
up.
a heck of a race mare, but she just really hasn't thrown much. Tears in Rain. But you got Rick Dutrow in your corner here. A colt by City of Light, and we're talking about the Kentucky Derby, obviously City of Light.
She is a half sister to Zenyatta. I thought she was from the Vertigino family.
Yeah, she was a grade 1 winner too, was Balance. But Frantic this is interesting. This horse has obviously been working well on the dirt that this horse is getting bet, but they're in between the 4, 5, and 6 right now.
For the 5 is favored over the 4, looking at doubles. We'll see how things play out. I thought this was kind of an interesting race as we move ahead. What are we doing now? Top Flight. Top Flight coming up this weekend. Alpine Princess will look to get back on track. She hasn't had the best of trips. I thought one thing that might worry me a little bit about her in this race, as she is the horse to beat, we are expecting some rain overnight, Friday into Saturday, so we might be dealing with a wet track.
Yeah, and the one hole also can worry you a little bit, but she's very, very talented. Florent Giroux will be aboard. Yeah, and you're right. You just don't know how horses are going to react if it does rain out right now. We are supposed to get a little bit of rain, but it's a little chilly. Hopefully it stays that way. I thought this was...
You want it to stay chilly?
No, I wanted to stay...
I'm hoping it gets about 30 degrees warmer overnight.
I thought this was workmanlike, considering, like, she just... Did she hang, or I don't know.
She hung a little bit, but it was a pretty good field in there, actually, and she's a heavy favorite. But Fade de Grey has been in good form, winning 2 straight for trainer Todd Pletcher, and she does project, at least on paper, to be the speed.
Yeah, and it looks like Todd's horses are starting to circle around a little bit. We were talking about that with Chad's horses, Chad Brown. Like, you know, his horses took a little bit of a lull, and now they're starting to win races. I think that's same with Todd here. This horse, I just don't know, though. Sometimes runs a little kooky on the racetrack, but responded late here. Sort of like a little teenager still trying to get things together, but he kind of just gets away with it towards the end. But I don't know. I like this horse a little bit. I think this horse is improving.
I thought the Chad Brown horse that could be dangerous near is Catherine Wheel. I'd like Headline Hunters to be good. I wonder if she really tops out going these distances. She's been unreliable since an impressive debut. Catherine Wheel finally put it together last time out. She got an 88 buyer, and I thought she ran far and away the best race she's ever run. And she's getting to put races back to back to back a little bit because she has been sporadic during her career with a lot of layoffs.
I can see her Cancel going left-handed on her. Yeah, she's in really good form, and she's got nice finish. I love the way she lowers her head and keeps on going. I think she's a really good prospect. I wonder Chad's gonna, if she runs well in this race, where he'll go next with her. I just like it. I like the way she fought to the wire because that horse on the rail was really running well too. So that was a good race.
No, there was a big step forward to try to win this race. We'll see what happens. That's the top plate scheduled for race number 7 in our 9-race card on Saturday. I'm going to take a quick break. Greg Wolf is going to come in here. Paulie will be around for another hour up here, and then I'll be back for a couple of hours later. A lot of musical chairs here on America's Day at the Races. Steve Asmussen, always with a lot of action down at Oakland Park and a lot of racetracks. More on him as he heads into the Count Fleet with the favorite, Booth, who looks like he's turning into one of the best sprinters in the country. We'll be right back.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Our part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Good to be with you on this Thursday afternoon as we continue our live coverage from South Ozone Park, New York, here on America's Day at the races. Greg Wolf stepping in for Andy Serling. He'll be back a little bit later on in the afternoon. Obviously, this huge weekend coming up out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll see the reigning horse of the year back in action going for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. But Count Fleet Sprint Handicap, we have a horse in the last couple of starts has all of a sudden just developed into this monster in the sprint division. Booth for Steve Asmussen with his son Eric aboard. Back-to-back wins, including a Grade 3 Whitmore last start.
Yeah, it's crazy that this horse has just turned into something. And it seems like Steve always has a great sprinter, right? He had Skelly for the last couple of years and now Booth. And, you know, he's had 3 horses in this race. Rivet, obviously, and then Payne, I think, is entered in the race, if I'm not mistaken. It used to be in his barn. But in a horse that exploded, 2 back for 101 buyers. So his mark is on this race, Steve Asmussen. But they all got to beat this horse, like you said. Right now, top sprinter right now, besides maybe Muth?
He's up there. I mean, if he could do it, show it again, he's right at the top of the list. I probably would have said Colloquial.
Colloquial,
I know
yeah,
he won, but the way he won, I think he has to be downgraded a little bit because he ran a fairly slow race at Keeneland, but ultra talented, obviously.
Yeah.
See what Booth does on Saturday. He's shown a ton of talent, really, in his debut, right, with a 96 buyer when he first time out at Keeneland, and now he's sort of coming into his own as you look at these superstars in the sprint division that have come out of Steve Asmussen's barn. We all remember Jackie's Warrior. Matoli was a superstar as well, Justin Phillip, and now maybe this horse is the next one.
Yeah, Justin Phillip was actually a good third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Matoli's turned out to be a pretty darn little mighty Matoli, pretty darn good little sire too. And then Skelly was just dominant at Oakland.
Who at one point, I mean, he was probably the fastest horse in America, Skelly. He had won 7 in a row. He's going to be on the card tomorrow in action. So we will look forward to that on our coverage from Hot Springs.
Yeah, he's a fast horse. You know, Skelly just ran into a little bit where he was just having trouble getting out of the gate. If he can ever control that, he's a very talented horse. And, you know, maybe Steve is thinking, I need to back off of him a little bit, give him what he's a believer of, which I love. He's putting Skelly maybe in a position to get some confidence back, and I think that's what he's going to do tomorrow.
See what he can produce. Meanwhile, a horse has been around the circuit for a long time. Continues to produce, too. Tejano Twist, 6 years old now, closing in on $1.6 million in earnings. The problem for it is in this race is it just Booth is too quick early and no one could put pressure on him?
Yeah, you know, the one thing about Tejano Twist, he was close up to a 4-horse field. This benefits him, you know, a smaller field where he can stay closer up. You make a good point because he's going to be, second to last in this race, and he needs somebody to push Booth around the racetrack to come with that late run, his patented late run. That's earned him so many race checks. You see the trainer there, Chris Hartman, and just look at him, 27 for 39 in the trifecta. So like Greg was saying, he brings his A game almost all the time. It's just, can he catch Booth?
10 victories, yeah, including that short field in the King Cotton last time out. Even that effort, though, and that's his last win in a long time. If Booth runs his A race, he's going to need to produce a lot better than that, which I don't know if it's there for him right now.
I know. And then Anarchist coming in, I thought was very interesting, but that is a pretty good 7-pack of horses in there. Even the Christian Torres horses, the 2 in there. And like I said, you know, the horse that used to be in Steve Asmussen's barn is Payne. And I was asking somebody yesterday, or it was like on Sunday, when's the last time you've seen a 10-year-old run 100 buyer? Have you ever seen it?
On the turf, probably.
He ran 100 buyer, did Payne. as a 10-year-old.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. Yeah, you do not see that
You don't
very
see
often.
that
You don't
very
even they don't even let 10-year-olds run on this circuit here in New
That's
York, so they don't
crazy.
have an opportunity. That's coming up on Saturday. Grade 3 Count Fleet Sprint Handicap. Of course, the Apple Blossom with the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. We have the Pick 6 coming up next. And this, right now, is your favorite. Never been on dirt, Frantic, the 5. 2 turf sprints. We know he's quick early. Can he handle this surface? For trainer Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis will ride. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, getting set for this Thursday Pick 6 coming up here at Aqueduct. And there's the one we saw as we went to break. Likely the speed of the field, although we have a quick one as well in the 3 Pandemic Hero. But Frantic was on the lead sprinting on the grass, Paulie, last time out.
Yeah, and obviously was working well over the Palm Beach Downs dirt to get favoritism here. But there's, dropping for the 50,000, I would think that's probably normal here. The 3 and the 4 are taking the same amount of money. Pandemic Heroes taking a lot of money here.
So Dylan Davis will ride. The Dam was unraced. Did produce a horse by the name of Corby, who was a 2-time winner on the dirt and was stakes placed. So there's some ability certainly to handle this dirt service in the pedigree.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot. You talk about it too. With turf speed, usually will, usually translate to dirt speed. Now the 4 Dark Devils had a lot of chances, but 5 second-place finishes and just missed last time out with the bob of the nose. And sometimes those can be really tough. Can he repeat that effort?
Did you see that effort as a bit of a hang job by this horse?
It was a little bit of a hang job. I mean, if you look right here, he's about circling up on a horse that's already been put in a duel. There's a horse in between, he's going to win by like 4 or 5, right? Puts his head in front, I want to say about right here. And then just hangs around with the pack. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm going to McDonald's. Hey, I'm going to Burger King. What are you doing today? Now he sees the other horse break away from the pack. Now he goes away with the horse with the pack. It's just like kind of crazy how horses are. They're such pack animals. Another one breaks. He broke with them. So that worries me a little bit, yeah.
Not that killer instinct for sure. Here's Bobby Bob. The remaining half of the entry gets post 4.
Interesting horse. Keeps on improving, does Bobby Bob.
Party with Smarty, the rail, and does drop in class.
0 for 17, but yeah, like you said, this is the weakest field he's ever faced.
I've got some reasons to like this horse. Romero Mirage will ride. Pandemic Hero should supply some of the pace to maybe pressure that 5 horse.
I would think so. Bullet Drill at Belmont training track last time in 46 and change, so should be fast early.
Dark Devil, the one we just showed you, missing where it looked like he was going to roll on by.
Yeah, tough horse here, but does like to run in your exotics for 2nd or 3rd.
Dirt Debut, start number 3 for this favorite for Todd Pletcher, Frantic.
Yeah, Colt by Intimistic, another gray in here. Should be very fast, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens between him and the 3.
And Tears in Rain debuted against Better, the winner, first time out a straight maiden race, won the Mucho Macho Man his next start.
This one for Rick Dutrow and Lane Luzzi. Lane already has a winner on the day. This horse is bred immensely. You know, the Damn Near Balance was a grade 1 winner. Half to Zenyatta. She just hasn't really thrown much on the racetrack, but maybe this one can improve.
Pick 6 pool. Starting to grow a little bit here as we kick off a new one this afternoon here. Friday feeder contest, $40 to get in. Low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's 3rd post time on Friday. Go to NYRABets.com/contests to get involved. Good luck to everybody participating. 4 minutes away from this pick 6. With more on this field, let's head downstairs to Sarah El-Badwi.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start with the number 6 towards the outside in here for Rick Dutrow Jr. That's number 6, Tears in Rain, who is just making the 2nd start of his career, a horse that we haven't seen since debut, and we've already touched on the pedigree that this one has. Out of Balance, who has been more of a producer of turfy types rather than horses that have done well on the dirt, but certainly a incredible record for that one. And this horse does come out of a live race at Churchill Downs from that debut. We did see several come back and do well out of there. Guns Loaded, the winner of that race, ended up taking the Mucho Macho Man. Camp Hale, yet to break his maiden, but did run well at Tampa and did finish 2nd to Invictus just recently at Keeneland. We also saw Brodeur come out of there, T-Craft, plenty of live prospects exiting that race, and certainly a productive one at that, and a big price right now at 6-1 on the board if you like this one. But ultimately, I did end up on your current 9-5 favorite, and that is the horse trying this surface for the first time, the number 5 Frantic for trainer Todd Pletcher. And when he does take these horses, going from turf back to dirt and dropping in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, he does do well with this move, though the ROI $1.54. So that tells me that these horses do tend to get bet. But he does win at 25% with this move and 71% in the money. And this horse has the pedigree that suggests he should be able to handle this surface. I like that this horse did show more early speed last time, going the 5 furlong sprint on the turf down at Gulfstream. Sort of a different tactic than what he showed on debut, where he was able to sort of pick up some pieces from further back in that spot. It was a higher buyer speed figure of 62, then regressing to that 53 after showing some good pace, but can't really take too much away from a horse that was able to show early speed in that kind of situation when you do have those turf sprints that are run so quickly early on. We'll see what we get from this one switching over to this surface for the first time, but ultimately for me, I did want to focus on both the 5 and 6 towards the outside, horses that just have not had as many opportunities and are getting some class relief. Greg?
Well, this 5 horse now becoming a solid favorite here at 7-5, but this 3 could be a major thorn in his side.
Yeah, it could be Pandemic Hero. When you look at the workouts in the morning, 46-3 from the gate, and this horse is bet in half, or was bet in half. So you obviously got to think that the 3 is going to show speed, lay 6 this one for Jose Jimenez, and then Frantic. Now, does Dylan Davis want to go forward with Frantic? I would think you don't want to take the speed away. So they got to play the break and see what happens. But you're right. The 3 could be a thorn in the 5 side. If that happens, the problem that you have is you have Party with Smarty. You have the 4 Dark Devil, who doesn't like to win, and Tears of Rain has not shown much. So the horses that are the horses that come from out of it don't really have that winning punch. So, do you look for a horse like Bobby Bob, the 1A? I found him very interesting because sometimes when you get to this spot, you want to go for for the least. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he would somewhat fit. I mean, if you're looking for that, I guess the 6 would fit in there as well.
Yeah.
Just a bit of an unknown. I know, obviously, Sarah talked about how tough that race is. Tears and Rain, and there's the 6 is coming out of T-Craft. She mentioned it was won 3 in a row, including the Jimmy Winkfield. Mentioned Guns Loaded, won that Mucho Macho Man next time out. But this horse was such a huge price in that race and didn't really do any running at all that day. But start number 2 could be a totally different scenario against softer company.
Yeah, and, maiden special weight to maiden claiming, Rick Dutro's 5 for 9. So he's 56% on this move, and you're getting 6-1. That'd probably be my concern, that this filly's not getting, or this colt's not getting bet at all. Basically, your second longest shot on the board. Well, now down to 9-2.
Yeah, late money now starting to come in. And just with the pedigree alone, the race coming out of, and the barn, this one's going to take some money here. I just, with Party with Smarty, the 2, look, this horse I knew was going to get a hotter pace to chase than last time out. The last time sprinting for the 2 was the biggest price on the board, by the way. Ran the quickest figure anyone in this field has done to this point. So we'll see. Obviously, he's going to need a big setup. 0 for 17. Not something that inspires much confidence.
No, but you make a good point. I mean, that 67 buyer, the buyers that this horse has been running are competitive. And cutting back to 6.5 furlongs, I would think this horse will be rolling late. You're just going to have to get that pace to run into. Hopefully it's the 2 and the 5 going at it early, and maybe the 4. Bobby Bob, I picked the 5. I think Bobby Bob would be the other horse for me, but I can see where you're going with the 2. This is a really difficult race to gauge because Frantic, you're getting a turf horse. Dark Devil, who's your second choice right now, does not like to win races. The 6 on the bottom is kind of getting bet a little weird, so I could see anything happening in here.
Public, though, certain on who they want to be favored. That one right there, the gray getting on dirt for the first time. Quick, early, we know that. Will we have company with Pandemic Hero, the 3? Set for the pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Set. And they're off. The gray, Frantic, breaks very well towards the outside, and Pandemic Hero on the early lead. And Pandemic Hero, Javier Castellano sprinting away, is up by 2.5. Frantic is going to stalk right there in second. Really just having to tap on the brakes was Bobby Bob. Got shuffled to the back end. Was on heels there as they work up the back stretch. So the clear leader is Pandemic Hero, is just sprinting away here. Castellano trying to slow things down, but 22.59 unopposed and in front by 6. Party with Smarty has moved towards the inside here of Frantic, who's trying to run on. Is now 3 wide in that group. That includes Dark Devil. After the trouble, here comes Bobby Bob trying to run on second to last, and the trailer, Tears and Rain, as Pandemic Hero is coming back to the field. Pandemic Hero is into the far turn, has a quarter mile left to go, and has Frantic chasing towards the outside, and Frantic is ready to challenge. Pandemic Hero is finding a touch more, though, and Frantic hasn't pushed by yet. Bobby Bob is running a big one there out in the center of the racetrack, but Frantic is now opening up. Pandemic Hero just won't go away. Inside the final furlong, Dark Devil's trying to run on. Bobby Bob starts to stall. Party with Smarty. Frantic is opening up late. It's Frantic who's up by a length and a half, almost 2. Will be geared down. Dylan Davis. Frantic. They win it. Pandemic Hero holds second, then Dark Devil, and Party with Smarty in 1 minute 11.64 seconds.
Pandemic Hero tried to steal this race in the opening 100 yards. Opens up on this field, backs up. Frantic, patient Dylan Davis comes and gets everybody first time under.
Yeah, and Pandemic Hero stuck around for a lot longer than I think we all thought, especially with the 5 going by him. But the 3, I thought, man, it's a really good race going out there, cutting some really big fractions. Still holding on for a piece of this, a nice little second. He held the 4 off in here, but you could see Dylan Davis took a hold of this horse on the backside. I don't know what he saw, and it caused a little bit of congestion. The 1A sort of got backed up out of it, but you could see the 5 looks like he's just going to breeze on by the 3, but good call by you. The 3 just kept on digging in. and held on for second here, but Frantic goes off at 8-5. The public had it right.
5-3, 4-2. Yeah, Dylan Davis, we thought it'd be a lot closer, if not the one in front, to the 3 in here. Content to sit back early as fast as Pandemic Hero went, and he knew what he had underneath him.
He did. You know, he just took a quick hold of the horse when he saw Pandemic Hero was kind of running off on Javier Castellano, but hey, Javier was trying to win the race, and I don't know if he was running off. He ran a darn good race, just the 5 was just a little bit better than him in the end.
More on Dylan Davis a little bit later on in the show. Decisions to make. He's got a couple of choices for the Kentucky Oaks, where he wind up after winning the Ashland. Took the Gazelle as well. Wins here on Frantic. Dirt debut victory. We'll tell you if anyone got taken in this race when we come back.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his G's. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Watching our Fox Sports 2 coverage here of America's Day at the Races, underway in the Pick 6. And it's the favorite. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. There is Frantic. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Dirt debut for this gray, a winning one. Todd Pletcher, Wertheimer and Ferraro, and Dylan Davis on board.
I feel, a quote by Into Mischief had an unbridled song, man, hysteric. Where she gets his little gray from, and his dirt debut was a winning one. Pandemic Hero, really nice second in Dark Devil, like he always does. Cashes the check, checks in third.
Formful beginning to the start of this Pick 6. Let's head downstairs to Sarah.
And here with your winning rider, Dylan Davis, who was able to get the victory here on Frantic, who went off as your favorite. And Dylan, we saw you have a lot of success over the past couple of days, really, with some potential Kentucky Oaks horses. Can you tell me a little bit about what's led to those two being potential opportunities for you going forward to that first Friday in May?
Yes, of course. I think a big part of this was going to Gulfstream for the winter time, put me in this position. I've never ridden the Oaks before, so I'm very fortunate to have two very nice fillies going into this race. A choice that I have to make still, but very happy with the way things are going, and an incredible win with Lucara over at Keeneland for my first Grade 1 over there, and it was very special for me. So love the way things are going and all the opportunities that are given to me.
And a great position to be in where you're deciding between horses versus on the outside looking in. Any inklings of where you might go yet, or still a lot of decision making to be done?
Still a lot of decision making, so we're just trying to figure things out and just enjoying the moment right now.
All right, well, certainly plenty of moments to enjoy for you as of late. Congratulations and best of luck moving forwards.
Thank you.
Guys?
Not an easy choice to have to make. Ballerina Doro for Chad Brown, one of the most dominant trainers on the planet, or the man he basically went down to Florida to ride for, Mark Cassio, wins the Ashland.
Tough decision, right? I mean, and, you know, Dylan.
That's with Lecara.
Yeah, with Lecara. And Lecara won easy. Really nice. So, you know, Dylan, you got to give him some credit. He took the chance of going down to Florida, and that was his goal, to get on some horses, to get on a Kentucky Derby mount, to get on a Kentucky Oaks mount. Now he's got a good chance, and both of those fillies got a good chance to be very competitive.
Difficult. You don't want to upset top barns that you ride for. You got to try and balance everything, but you want to be on the best chance to win as well. And this 3-year-old filly division, in terms of the Oaks, it's wide open. I mean, there's not been a lot of separation really with anyone.
No, and Dylan's the kind of guy, like, I don't think he'll let anybody hang, and I think he'll let Mark know first with the common courtesy so he can find himself a rider, just because he's ridden for Mark so much.
Talk more about that a little bit later on in the program. Underway in this pick 6, pick 5 time. Coming up next, 6.5 furlongs, $25,000 claiming race, and 2 old veterans we know well on this circuit. Tetsu, Amundsen, couple of 9-year-olds, 2 of the major players here.
Yeah, I think Amundsen, Dylan Davis could have a double here. Tetsu probably go off as your favorite for Rick Dutcho, but Amundsen back in the Catarmachi barn, and I think this horse has got a big effort coming in.
Tetsu, one of those 9-year-olds, second off a long layoff for him, and the man aboard we're going to tell you more about right now, Lane Luzzi. He grew up in the Jocks Room, the Paddock, and the Winner's Circle here in New York, where his dad Mike won close to 4,500 races over the course of his career, always knowing that he wanted to follow in his father's footsteps.
For jockey Lane Luzzi, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzi, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the Jocks Room, so he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse, but he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street, and when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses, and when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone, and that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzi has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
Such a cool story to have your dad representing you on a circuit where he won so many races. He was a staple here, and now trying to accomplish some of the things Dad was unable to in his career, and they could try and work on that together.
Yeah, it's a really good story. I mean, I'm so happy for Lane. He went over to Texas to cut his teeth, to get a little bit better and better, and he just kept getting better and better. And when he came here to Aqueduct, I think a lot of people thought, you know what, his dad's going to carry him for a little while. He can flat out ride. He's a darn good rider, and he's having himself, his last couple of months, he's progressing better and better. He likes to joke around with me in baseball. I was down there doing some interviews 2 weeks ago, and he kept on quizzing me on who's the best first baseman, who's the best catcher. He likes watching baseball. He's a heck of an athlete, and you can see in his body, too. And like I said, I think he's getting better and better with each ride.
Yeah, we've really seen him progress over the last few months and make some big strides here. So he'll be on Tetsu, who we expect probably to be favored by the time the gates open in here right now, 2-1. Riding for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, second after 10 months away. There's Tetsu. Lane will be aboard shortly in the rematch with Amundsen. Just outfinished Amundsen last time out, just by a nose. The rematch coming up.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse. Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race. I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2. Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
He was a special one for David Donk, and there he is with that Jets cap on. Awad, 4-time Grade 1 winner, Arlington Million in record time, $3.2 million in earnings in a sensational career.
Yeah, resilience. I mean, it was a sensational career. Kind of like that hat that David wears every day. That's resilience if you keep wearing that gangrene.
D-O-N-K, donk, donk, donk. Never gives up on his Jets. He's going to send out For Some Reason, who very likely could be the speed of the speed in this race.
I think got a big shot in here. I think is the speed of the field. And, like, I know the horse has been off a little bit of a layoff, but David Donk's a good conditioner. I think this horse gets to the front end. And you got 2 9-year-olds now with the 2 and the 4, Amundsen and Tetsu. So, I mean, you know, can they run still? Yes, but the 1 can get away from this group.
We'll get back to it in a moment. Starts the late pick 5 again. Meanwhile, our ABR race of the week, what else could it be than the Grade 1 Apple Blossom in Hot Springs, Arkansas? Mile and a 16th, $1.25 million purse, and the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, who came back in her 4-year-old debut this year in the Grade 2 Azeri at Oaklawn, and as easy as could be in that victory. The biggest race, though, she's ever run, it was in defeat against the boys in the Travers in just one of the great moments, really, of the year in this incredible stretch drive.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things where one more stride, you're thinking that she would have beat Fierceness, and she's just getting to him. She's trying as hard as she can. And I think that just shows that she can come from off the pace when she needs to. She almost ran down Fierceness. And, you know, obviously a horse with a ton of talent. There she is. Just a beautiful mover. That was one of her lone 2 defeats there. And I think, you know, Greg, she's getting to the point now as a 4-year-old, she's starting to figure things out. And I think she knows where the wire is. And she doesn't need to win by so much. She's getting workman's-like, I think.
And that comeback effort, you look at it, you say, well, 95 buyer in their turn. They didn't ask a whole lot of her. It was pretty easy for her, that comeback. It was a starting point. She did what she needed to do, and she's going to have to run a little bit better. And I think there's a lot more there to give, because Where's My Ring ran huge last time out, and we'll get to in a minute. But look at this incredible resume that Torpedo Anna is putting together.
Yeah, and you make a good point. Like, you know, we were talking about earlier with Andy. It was a paid workout last time, so hopefully she moves up from that. We'd love to see superstars like this, and hopefully they stay around. And I would think Kenny's long-term is, if, you know, the Apple Blossom gets done, then they'll get her up to Saratoga, and then, you know, hopefully we'll see her in, you know, probably, actually the La Touraine probably take an easier spot, and then we'll see if she takes on the boys a little bit later in the year. I think her last race, I think, of her career, if everything goes right, will be against the boys.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility, too, the Whitney maybe this summer. 100%. We'll see how things go.
Yeah, yeah.
But she draws a crowd whenever she runs, and it's a treat just to have her back. So many big names have come back this year, which for the first time in a long time, I don't know if we've had this many big names come back, so there's a lot of excitement.
And the other part about it is a lot of horses, Saratoga's an interesting place, right? A lot of horses love it up there, a lot of horses kind of don't, right? Well, she proved that she loved it, so I don't think Kenny's going to have any reservations of running her up there, and everything will be fine if it goes well, obviously on Saturday, and then throughout the rest of the summer.
Lafitte, Mig, Maggie, Acacia, they'll be live on site. She does have a real challenger, though, with what Where's My Ring did and that comeback effort last time out. That was a huge performance. Late pick 5 coming up, and here is Amundsen, just finished behind Tetsu when they met back on February 21st. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
Well, and as mentioned, the late pick 5 does start here, and a competitive compact group, and I feel as though this is a place where you could use several different horses, but for me, this is where I'm going to just take a stand and single, and I'm going to start out with the number 5. He's my Honey Badger, going out for trainer Brad Cox, a horse who is taking considerable early money and is favored in doubles, so seems as though I'm not the only one with this idea, but in the next race, no super strong opinion. That's where I'm going to go all, use all 7 runners in that field. Followed up by race number 6. I do think your favorite on the morning line, number 1A, Blown Cover, will be tough to beat, but that last race leaves me with a lot to be desired. So using the number 2, Torpedo Run, as well as the 4, Messy, the Magician in there. When we get to our 7th race feature, I am singling the number 1, Pocket Queens, who will likely end up being your favorite, though I think there are some other directions to go if you wanted to do so. To close things out in the finale, 3 horses using all of the 1, 5, and 7 for a total ticket cost of $31.50. So you can play a couple of times if you'd like to do so. And if we are out after this first leg, you can always run back that late pick 4.
Well, interesting here with the 5. He's my Honey Badger. Obviously, a huge drop in class. This horse has only beat 1 horse combined in the last 3 starts. So I think there's a good chance. It seems like, especially with that recent work, they want to be forward, and I think this horse could be on the engine and maybe pressure the 1. What do you think?
No, I'm with you. I mean, when I started looking at this race, I didn't really love the 5, and then Sarah made a good point. The 5 is the favorite in the Will Pays pick 3s, doubles. So, yeah, I think they are going to try to go towards the front end. Now you start looking at this race, but I don't know if they can get there. I mean, maybe they rate off the 1, remains to be seen, but the 1 is pretty fast in here for some reason. So I think Jose Gomez goes, but you could be right. They might got this horse in the right direction. And, the work 2 back was 1 out of 151. So why the drop for 25,000? They're just trying to get a W. He is 7 now, so we'll see what happens.
Well, here's one that wants to be forward, gets that inside post, so we know the game plan for this David Donk runner. We showed you that feature with him in a wad. Jose Gomez rides.
This horse has been running against good horses. Skylander, Garuvin's won like 4 in a row. I think this horse is dangerous.
Tetsu could be very tough, second off a 10-month return.
Yeah, really tough. Second time in Rick Dutro's hands, too.
Brew Pub, Ilkay Cantermachi had claimed this one off Chris Engelhardt, second off the claim.
Yeah, didn't run that badly last time out. Could be forwardly placed.
Amundsen, another 9-year-old like Tetsu, and they had faced off back in February. Only a nose separated them.
And he ran off a couple 4 in a row last year, and maybe he can get back into that form at age 9.
He's my Honey Badger, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, big drop in class.
Yeah, 1 for 7 in the last 2 years, but is an 8-time winner.
And 10-1, that seems a little generous. Or
on Bad Larry?
Underlay, actually. I mean, I would thought this horse would be a lot higher.
Yeah, there's not much.
Tough to make a case for.
Yeah, tough to make. There is a couple races to go to, but I mean, he's better races. If you look at Bad Larry, he's a completely different horse on a sloppy racetrack. He's 1 for 21 over dry racetracks.
Someone likes him a little bit today. 11-1. Meanwhile, Tetsu, 3-1 on this 9-year-old. This is Lane Luzzi, who will be aboard. 16 runner-ups in his career. This was the comeback race. He'd been gone for about 10 months. Comes back in a runner-up finish after did get bumped a little bit out of the gate in here. Was wide around most of the racetrack here, and he's coming up to Tetsu right here and winds up just out finishing him.
Yeah, and he out finishes Tetsu.
Amundsen.
Amundsen, yeah. So, Amundsen and Tetsu, they're both 9-year-olds. I think they both can have good efforts here. Changing barns. Amundsen back to the Kermachi Bond, who's had this horse before. The 4 now the favorite. The 4 and the 5 are the ones that are kind of toying with favoritism when it comes to the Will Pays. I'm a little surprised. I thought the 2 would be your favorite, but not really.
Now let's throw it down to Sarah with more on the horse who is favored, who she likes, and is going to single to start off here, this pick 5.
And there has to be a reason, right? If I'm going with a horse that has not run well in his past 3 starts, and as mentioned, has only really beaten 1 horse home over those last 3 starts combined. But if you look at further and dissect those last 3 races, his race at Delaware, where he was going that mile distance, or going the 6 furlong distance rather, he was an extremely short price in that race and very disappointing. But then the subsequent layoff, so perhaps something went amiss that day, prompting Connections to have some time off with him. They bring him back on February 9th, where he didn't run well in that start either, but that was over a muddy sealed track, and he's a horse that's never run well over a wet track in 2 attempts doing so. And when you look at the types of horses that he was facing in there, the winner of that race, Spike Zone, just ran a 101 Beyer speed figure in his last start, finishing 2nd last time out. Surveillance, who finished 2nd, we saw him come back with a 2nd place finish in the Grade 3 Tom Fool behind Full Moon Madness in his next start. El Grande O, multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes placed, an earner of over $500,000 on this circuit for the most part. And even 24 Mamba, who finished 4th in there in that 5-horse field, we just saw him on the Wood Memorial undercard win with a Beyer in the mid-90s, so certainly facing good company. And the same can be said for his last start as well. Plus, he may have just needed that race off of the layoff to back. I think that this is a spot where he can be more competitive today. I do agree with what has been said about him potentially needing to show a bit more to be forwardly placed in this spot. I think there's some other confirmed speed in here, particularly with that number 1 horse for David Donk for some reason. But I think he's just meeting competition that's better suited for him. And if those excuses do ring true for his last couple of races, I think that he is one that, and it seems though bettors do believe so as well, can turn the tables around today and get back to some of his bigger performances. At least that's what I'm hoping. Guys?
Well, there's a reason. Thank you, Sarah. I mean, look, there's a reason they're dropping this horse all the way down. This is a huge drop, and it's needed.
Yeah, the problem that you have with the 5 is been the David Jacobson barn, Linda Rice barn, so pretty powerful barns that when you claim out of, they're tough to move up. Now, this horse was out of the Linda Rice barn for Brad Cox, who obviously is tremendous at what he does. This horse ran a 66, a 62, a 47, just completely regressed. And they've hit the reset button when they laid him up for a little while. Now the drop for 25 is usually a horse's best friend, you know, dropping down. He's never, ever been this low. This horse almost has 700,000 in his bank. So he reaches back to any of that back class. He crushes this field. There's just a little concern, like you said, those last 3 races.
Particularly, and look, he was dropping last start as well from a tougher spot to start earlier. And now it's the nosedive drop. We'll see. Certainly dropping to this low a level, you would think he's going to wake up, but it sounds like Connections just want to be done with this horse.
Yeah, I get it, but you got to look at the times he's run against. You can even go to there, 116 and change, 116 and change, 115 and change. You got horses here like the Flora Amundsen ran 6 furlongs in 113. So the 5's been running against way faster horses.
No question. He's solid. He's a massive favorite in the doubles. And now you see 9-5, top choice on the board. Here's the one that is going to be in front. We'll see if the 5, how close Manny Franco wants to put the big class dropper in the favorite up against this speedster from the rail for David Donk. Tetsu, we know he's going to put in a finish and be running late. Second off that long time away, as will Amundsen. At 2-1, the 4-horse, another 9-year-old who's a 15-time winner. Interesting race here in this 4th to start this late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
There's He's My Honey Badger and Bad Larry. Last to load. Bad Larry goes in. All set. And they're off. Tetsu is off slowly. For Some Reason has the early lead. It's For Some Reason who's quickly up by a length. Right there towards the outside is going to be He's My Honey Badger. Head held high. Is out in the center of the racetrack and now stalking behind the leader. For Some Reason, they're 1-2. Brew Pub is just behind them at the rail, is in third, is sharing that spot with Bad Larry in the Purple Silks. The two at the back, Amundsen, and slow starting Tetsu is the trailer. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing For Some Reason. Jose Gomez into the turn. He's My Honey Badger in full pursuit, is within a half length of the leader. For Some Reason still holds that margin, and here comes He's My Honey Badger trying to run on by. Bad Larry is taken third in between horses. Here comes the rally from Dylan Davis and Amundsen. Those red blinkers, they are now 3 wide in that grouping, but a clear third. Tetsu's following that move, is going to have a wide run. The trailer is Brew Pub. They reach the top of the stretch. For Some Reason still there. It's For Some Reason holding off He's My Honey Badger, who has every chance to run on by. He's My Honey Badger now asserts and is in front, is up by a length. Continue to give chase here is Amundsen. Tetsu is wide but rallying too. He's My Honey Badger is extending the margin late inside the final 16th. Give it a He's My Honey Badger. Manny Franco with another one. He's My Honey Badger wins it. Amundsen second. Brew Pub rallies on, is in a photo with For Some Reason for third in 1 minute 16.5 seconds.
He's My Honey Badger. Massive drop down in class. Much easier competition, and able to pick up now the 9th win of his career.
Kind of idled just a tiny bit at the top of the lane, but no doubt much the best. Good pick by Sarah, single in this horse in the late pick 5. And, you know, the board sort of told you, and this horse laid off the front end and kind of just ran on with it. Amundsen tried to kick with the 5, but just couldn't. Now, he ran a good race. Tetsu, the 2, your other choice in here got left in the gate, Greg. You could see right there, Manny Franco looked underneath his right arm to see if there was any competition. He saw Amundsen. He pressed the go button, and He's My Honey Badger, not Tyron Matthew, got the job done.
Different story with the level of competition. Yeah, he was facing this afternoon. And now 9 career wins for this 7-year-old for Brad Cox. Sandy Goldfarb Silks and Manny Franco aboard for that win. 1:16 and 2.
Okay,
pretty sharp time, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like the 3 Brew Pub just really ripped the 1 for third here.
So 8-5 favorite kicks off this pick 5 as this youngin here, 7-year-old.
Yeah, right.
This group beats a couple of 9-year-olds.
Yeah, he beats the 9-year-old. And it's going to be very interesting on this big drop of class how many people went in for this horse at $25,000, or if Brad was able to keep this gelding by Daredevil, because now this opens up a lot of options. This horse has never been this low. Now he can go into some other conditions, so it remains to be seen whether he gets claimed or not. There's Manny.
5, 4, 3, 1. Manny Franco for Brad Cox. 7-year-old son of Daredevil. 9th win in his career and his first win in 3 tries here in 2025. Prices when we come back. It is a tall test, but wow, it's Free Like a Girl. Been absolutely special. From modest beginnings to becoming the all-time leading earner in Louisiana bred history. We'll have Free Like a Girl story when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya? On these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year, Go Zapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin! Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And back on the desk with me for the rest of the way, Andy Serling. Good to have you back.
Good to be here.
And
good to be here and not there.
You did a tremendous job.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
He's my honey badger. Bet down to short price favoritism. The public was right.
I don't know. You know, obviously he was taking a significant drop down in class, but for him to be 8-5 in this field, it's almost as though somebody just knows that he's going to win before the race is run. And I'm sorry, but this one kind of annoys me a little bit, to be honest with you. I understand it was a big drop in class, but he had been absolutely pitiful in those races. Today, 8-5, no doubt.
Bullet drill quickest of 151, March 29th.
That's it. That was the reason. That was it.
Massive drop in class.
That may have helped.
I mean, some good horses too, even though they didn't have this kind of level on the resume that he did. But Amundsen, Tetsu,
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The board said the horse was going to win, and the board seems to be right or more correct more frequently than a lot of handicappers.
Race 5, it's the start of the pick 4, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. 6 furlongs. Sprint, And Artemis Sound, going to see that click down to 9-5 here in a moment. Big effort in just the first time since the debut, start number 10, that she got back on dirt, and she looked very good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she ran badly on the turf, but she probably ended up on the turf because Todd Pletcher had better 3-year-old fillies to run in the dirt. And he ran her so off the turf, and she really ran okay. I think she's a better dirt horse, and she showed it in both her debut and last time out. She did get a muddy seal track at an easier field, but Todd Pletcher's not putting her right back in a claiming race.
Yeah, positive sign with that move. We'll get back to that field momentarily. Big one coming up this weekend, obviously, Grade 1 Apple Blossom, ABR Race of the Week with the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. She is the still big story in our sport, but she's got some challengers in here, including the tremendous story of Free Like a Girl. She was a bargain basement Louisiana bred, but one who caught the eye of her current connections and their daughter. And after winding up at their barn for just a few $1,000s, Free Like a Girl has taken Chassis Pommier and daughter Avery on an incredible ride.
We had her older brother. We broke and trained him. We actually broke the track record going 2.5 with him in Louisiana. So when it came time for her the next year to come up to the yearling sale, we went and looked at her, and we kind of knew we wanted to get her. We liked her brother. Budget was like $5,000. We got the $5,000 on the bid. We didn't have the bid. We were the underbidder, and Dad looks at me and goes, well, you know, she shows up to be something one day, you'll kick yourself. Offer $55, go from there. Dad and the other partner were already partners, so we were trying to figure out if we wanted a piece or not. And my daughter had a show pony that the original owner, Mr. Bruno, had given her. It was absolutely amazing. She was making him a jumper, and he colicked on us. We did surgery, and so Mr. Gerald, being who he is, and he's been a family friend, offered her $1,000 or a piece of the filly, and my kid, being game as she is, wanted the piece of the filly, and she's been along for the ride ever since.
She's my first racehorse, and I technically have another one, but she's like my heart one, because I saw her and just instantly fell in love. Watching her race is really cool, but I get really nervous, because when she's in the gate, I hold my breath, and then when she gets out, I like finally breathe, and in the home stretch, I'm like just trying not to just faint, because I'm not holding my breath at all. She's just amazing.
Free Like a Girl trying to tag her. Free Like a Girl, all racehorse.
She is the queen of the barn. I mean, she's been a blessing, amazing. She's definitely routine-based, and she just loves her job. And we love watching her just because she goes out there every day and does what she wants to do and loves it.
She's been an incredible story, and this is going to be the swan song for a mare that's become the richest Louisiana bred of all time.
Not a bad record. 49 starts, 21 wins, 13 seconds. And these are the kind of stories that are always sort of the most fun stories in racing. Horses that cost very little money with pedigrees that nobody would really pay a lot of attention to, and they just go out and they turn out to be really good horses. I mean, obviously, pedigree means a lot, and we see expensive horses that do well, but there's plenty of horses that sell for modest amounts of money that can end up doing very well. And I don't even mean the Seattle Slews that sold for $17,000, but a horse like this, and a great story and a fun story, and I guess it's coming to an end.
She's become Grade 1 placed in her career. She just ran second behind Torpedo Anna last time out.
No, she's just a neat horse.
Any chance we could get some magic on Saturday?
There's no scenario where she beats
She's
the
just not
favorite
good
unless the
enough.
favorite fails to show up. I mean, if the favorite fails to show up, she has a chance, but she's not beating her based on what Torpedo Anna does every time on the track.
Tremendous story, and your daughter Avery, part of this journey, $5,500 purchase, and now, yeah, the Louisiana
I would have
bred of
bought
all
in.
time.
Nobody called me.
I would have, yeah,
I
I would
really
have
would
bought
have. I really would have.
Next
I was
time,
dying
give
to
us
have
a
a piece
call.
of her.
Looking forward to She'll Break for Post 3 on Saturday in our ABR Race of the Week. We all remember Archangelo. Belmont and Travers. Connections will team up again. Coming up in the next race with Dangerous Affairs. Stay with us.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
The field is in the stretch in the Belmont Stakes, and Arcangelo has now taken over. Arcangelo is in front. National Treasure back running in second. Then Hit Show, Tampa Trice, Forte, and Angel of Empire. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards, and it's Arcangelo to win the Test of the Champion.
Arcangelo has opened up a 3-length lead, and it's the Belmont winner in charge. Disarm gets loose late, and it's coming with a menacing bid. It's Arcangelo and Disarm 1-2. Arcangelo, another Travers for Javier Castellano.
He owns the Travers. What a year it was for Javier Castellano, and what a job Jenna Antonucci did with Arcangelo, pulling off that Belmont Travers double. Sensational summer.
Got $1 million pedigree and sold for $35,000, and it turned out he was worth $1 million or many $1 million, and pulled off quite a score, winning our Peter Pan, our Belmont Stakes, and the Travers as well in what turned out to be his final career start.
That's the man you want on board if you want a Travers too.
He's won quite a few of them. He had that one summer he won like 6 or 7 grade 1s on Saturdays. He's had a great career, and a lot of Eclipse Awards in that career as well.
Well, Team Arcangelo teaming up here, Jenna Antonucci and Javier Castellano on this one, the 7 Dangerous Affair, coming in from the West Coast.
Yeah, I don't trust this horse, but the West Coast form is good enough to see her as a player in this race. It's kind of strange. I liked Artemis Sound. I think you picked her as well, Greg, but I never expected that she'd be odds on. And if you look at the multi-race bets, whether it's a double, a pick 3, a pick 4, or a pick 5, she's around 25% of the price of the second lowest horse in there. So expect her to be a heavy, heavy favorite. And while I like Artemis Sound, I'm not sure she's supposed to be that short in here.
Well, Dangerous Affair, let's get back to the 7 here. First 4 starts came on turf. They get on the dirt, she breaks her maiden, and this is start number 2. First time against winners, and she got a pretty hot pace to try and run into. She winds up second.
She had a very good trip coming up the inside, as you'll see right here. I don't know. I have some questions. The horse who won the race had run a 76 buyer, then a 62 buyer, then a 78 winning here, and then a 67 in a subsequent start. So I do have some questions of the quality of the horses she was running against, but she's obviously a player, at least on paper, in this race coming in here. She does get a trainer switch for what it's worth one way or another to Jenna Antonucci.
4-1 from that outside post. One who likes to stalk mid-pack and finish pace-wise in here. There is a couple that want to go at it, it seems like, with the 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a significant changes on the board. In all likelihood, the 2 is going to end up being the second choice by post time. I'm not saying Graceful Rose can't win, but obviously there's no chance that she's going to be 5-2 in this race. And it does appear, looking at multi-race bets, the 2 is the second choice by quite a margin, actually.
So there's Artemis Sound. Had only been on the dirt once in the debut. Then came 7 tries on the grass, a try on synthetic. Finally got back on the dirt in this race, February 9th, and then wins by 8 lengths.
Yeah, I just have to think that Todd felt he had better three-year-old fillies when she was running on the dirt. To run on the dirt, outworking her, whatever the case may be, to put her on the turf, and she did fine. So it's not as though he made a terrible mistake. Now, she started to tail off quite a bit, but the problem is she caught a muddy seal track in this race. Now, I happen to think that she's probably a better dirt horse, and I think she's going to do fine here, and I do like her chances here. But as you see, she's already dropped to 7-5. In all likelihood, she settles in at odds on, and I don't believe that she's a horse I want to bet at odds on. And frankly, the 2 is 8-1, who's likely to be second choice by post, I think might be a better bet mathematically.
Is there some question, too, if she can run that good as again on a different type of track?
Well, of course. I mean, that's the whole question. I like her as a dirt horse. That's why I liked her last time. But maybe I got lucky last time, and maybe she freaked on a wet track. So it's always a possibility. You know, you have to always ask yourself, when you make a winning bet, did you really make a good bet, or did you get a little lucky, or did things work out? And you have to look at things honestly, just as when you look at races and you lose bets, you have to ask yourself, did I really make a bad bet, or did I just sort of take a lousy beat, or is it a bet you'd want to make again? Sometimes your losing bets are good bets. Sometimes your winning bets aren't really great bets. You just happen to win.
Now, this one here likes to be forward, tried to do it on the front end last time out at 6.5 furlongs. Got a little tired late, got past, only needs to travel 6 furlongs today, but there's speed next door.
Yeah, I have trouble believing she's going to outrun the maiden. I'm kidding, the 3. But I think if you're Eric Cancel, you're hoping to break, go a little bit, but hoping the 3 clears you, and then you can try to set up shop outside of her. But, you know, that's why you have to do what Richie talks about, getting your position going forward. Think back to that ride Kendrick gave Phileas Fogg in the Excelsior, where he made the horse run, and it creates that separation, so it makes it easy to get that good position. Whereas if you don't come out running and they all bunch up, she's not getting off the inside, and I think that's what Eric would want to do on a horse who's obviously going to be nowhere near her 8-1 by post time.
A master class ride from Kendrick Carmouche.
I still didn't think it would have worked out, but he did give that horse a great ride, and in doing so, creating that separation. It's just as the MIG always talks about, with getting that position going forward.
Here's Graceful Rose, and there's Kendrick Carmouche, just talked about. Michael Gorham's the trainer.
If you wanted to take a shot at her at a price in here, 6 to 10-1, that's fine. She has to drip up. She's consistent, but for a barn that does not win races in New York very often.
Here come the speeds. Quiet confidence with Eric Cancel.
She's a massive overlay right now, but will come down.
I'm kidding. She wants to go as well. She's never won.
She's blown some incredible leads. She'd be a surprise, the maiden here.
Ruben Silvera on board the 3. Scarborough Fair faced a breakout performer last time.
For more than just Simon and Garfunkel fans, I think she's an awfully big price in here, cutting back in distance.
Handal on you, been off since April of last year.
Yeah, I just don't see any race she's ever run that makes her contentious.
Artemis Sound, she did that breakout performance on the dirt from the rail as well. Now she gets outside.
I believe she's the horse to beat, but she's now down to even money, and I wouldn't bet her. There are other horses that have run well enough that this is too short a price, in my opinion.
And the Arcangelo connections here. Jenna Antonucci, Javier Castellano with Dangerous Affair.
I don't love her, but 9-2 is a very fair price on this horse, all things considered.
Pick 4 starts here. Let's head down to Sarah.
Well, I agree with something that Andy stated about the number 7 Dangerous Affair switching over to the Jenna Antonucci barn for the first time in this spot. That this is a generous price on this horse at the moment if she stays within this 9-2 range, because her last 2 races are certainly fast enough to get the job done in here. My main concern with her is just that Jenna Antonucci, first off of a trainer switch over the past 5 years on dirt, only 1 for 20 with 4 to hit the board, so not an overwhelming stat for her by any means, but this one has the speed figures coming in that make her a contender and does draw well towards the outside. Your current favorite, the number 6 Artemis Sound, I find this filly tough to trust a little bit coming in off of that last victory. Now that was by 8 lengths. It was over a wet track. She was coming in fresh, and for the $25,000 claiming tag, non-winners of 2. So she is taking that step up and facing a tougher field in this spot. I just want to see her do it again over a fast main track with that kind of number and against tougher company before I take her at a short price. But that last race certainly does compete here, and she is one that does project to be forward, though I agree that there is some other speed. I'm taking a swing for the fences in here. I don't really trust or necessarily love anybody. So I'm going to the number 5 at a big price right now, Handal on You, who has to get considerably faster if she's going to be a contender whatsoever in this spot. But looking at her last 2 races and just the company kept, she's been facing much better horses, running against the likes of Money Grab, who would then go on to run in the Gazelle last year in 2024. Sunday Girl, the horse she faced last time, is a horse that's won 6 of 8 with 1 second place finish, looking for her 4th win in a row now. And while Handal on You does have that layoff to contend with as well and making that 4-year-old debut, we only saw her a couple of times as a 3-year-old. So to me, she projects as one that could take that step forward, that could have that progressive improvement now. As a 4-year-old, if she can come back and take that step forward, I thought that she would be a generous price in a field that I just have a little bit of trouble trusting some of the shorter prices, but she will have to get faster to compete here. Greg?
All right, Sarah, thank you. Pick 4 pull, $35,000 and growing even money, Andy, on Artemis Sound. The upside horse certainly in this field, just start number 3 on dirt.
It seems, and I pick this horse, but too often when horses are significantly short and you expect them to be, they run more to their odds than to your expectations. So I do expect that she's going to be tough in here, and I liked her going in. But I don't see how she's a good gamble in this race at that price. To be honest, I flirted with the idea of putting Quiet Confidence, the 2 on top, and I'd much rather bet her at 5-1. Now, she's going to come down and probably be around 7-2 or 3-1 by post, but the 6 isn't going up. I didn't have a lot of opinions in this race. I thought the winner had to probably be the 2, the 4, the 6, or the 7, but the 6, 4-5. I'm not betting her, but I picked her.
Wow.
And I have to live with that.
Odds on now, 4-5. Here's Scarborough Fair. So Scarborough Fair, numbers I use, best number came on a wet track as well, sloppy sealed track. That was the biggest performance she had. But, buyer numbers say she's progressed a little bit since that time. She faced a breakout winner last start. The Big Calhouna ran a 90 buyer in that one. She had no chance that day.
Yeah, no, I think she's reasonable. I guess one of the questions with her is distance. Now, she broke her maiden at 6.5 here on a sloppy track with Jamie Ness, and that's another question. Claimed away from Jamie Ness. Not easy to claim from him. Linda's had moderate success doing it. She's drifting up. The price seems to be fair, though, at 6-1. I'd rather bet her at 6-1, probably than some others in this race. Like I said, I picked the 6. I'm not looking to bet against the 6, but I could never bet her at even money, and I never imagined she'd be this short. It's like they're not betting anybody else in here. I mean, you look, the 1, the 2, the 4, and the 7, they're all roughly the same price.
What about the money with Graceful Rose?
Yeah, she's drifted up. She took some early money in here. She's drifted up to 5-1. She's not my cup of tea, but she does. One thing to say about her, at least she's consistent. She's consistently a little bit slower than the best horses in this race, and my general feeling is that somebody will run a better race. And this is a barn whose numbers at NYRA over the last umpteen years, they haven't been that good. Mike Gorham does run horses here. They've run fine, but he just doesn't win that often. And a lot of times it's because it's a horse like Graceful Rose, who's probably just a little bit slower than these horses. Not to say she can't win, and I wouldn't take even money on the 6. So for me, I think that opens it up some other horses, at least realistic horses in here.
The last race, He's My Honey Badger, was being bet like he couldn't lose. He ran like it.
That happens for that Brad Cox barn quite a bit
in a
here.
while.
It seems they've had a tremendous run here. since we got back really from Saratoga, their horses have been near unbeatable for a majority of the meet.
After that slow streak at Hot Springs where it looked like he couldn't win another race in his career, all of a sudden he's okay.
He's pretty good. He won the Dubai World Cup this weekend. Somehow he won the Dubai World Cup
41
with my
to
man
1.
Florent Giroux. I texted Florent and I said, "Did you actually win a $12 million race?" He'll be here Saturday riding. Actually, one of the real
hit show.
He's one of the good guys. I really like Florent. I was really happy for him. He gave the horse a terrific ride too.
Shocker
to get the win.
that Forever Young, did not get it done in that Dubai World Cup. Artemis Sound, meanwhile, here 4-5. Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco, 8-length win, getting back on the dirt for the first time in 9 starts last out. That was on a muddy track. We'll see what she can do here on the fast going today for the encore. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Handal on you. Artemis Sound and Dangerous Affair. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start there for I'm Kidding, who was the early trailer. Speed from Quiet Confidence, right to the front and heart sent is Artemis Sound. After being off a step slow, rushing up is I'm Kidding, is now going to apply pressure towards the inside with a rail opening here, and I'm Kidding has worked all the way to the front, is now taking a neck advantage over Quiet Confidence, who's going to stalk from second. Trying to keep up still as Artemis Sound was making hard work of it up the backstretch through a 22.79 opening quarter mile. Scarborough Fair is right in the rail, is in fourth, is going to save all the ground as Dangerous Affair is towards the outside in fifth. Towards the back is going to be Graceful Rose. The trailer, Handal on You. They're well into the turn, and I'm Kidding, and a big number is up by 3/4 of a length. Had to work hard to get there, but I'm Kidding is still in front with a quarter mile left to go. I'm Kidding is trying to run away from the field. Right there in behind is Quiet Confidence, and now Artemis Sound was trying to keep up with those leaders, is trying to push on by I'm Kidding, and Artemis Sound is in front. Chasing all along is going to be Dangerous Affair from out of the pack. It's Artemis Sound, who's almost there, has a 16th left to go. Artemis Sound is up by 3.5, and Manny Franco with a triple. It's Artemis Sound to win it. Dangerous Affair was second. From the back there came Graceful Rose, and I'm Kidding in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Artemis Sound backs up that performance, getting back on dirt last start. She's now reeled off 2 in a row, and she goes off at 4-5.
She's got a pretty good trip. You know, the 3 didn't break that sharply, and it sort of got Quiet Confidence, a little Quiet Confidence, and then the 3 rushed up. She actually ran better than probably expected, the speedy 3, and the 6 had that outside post, Artemis Sound, in a very good spot, and right now Manny Franco is on the right horses, and he's riding them the right way, and he's just absolutely running away with things these days.
And for one of the best trainers to ever do it in this game, he's found the right surface now for this filly.
Yes, it's Todd's answer to that would be I don't think Todd got her that wrong. Because I don't know, what was she going to do? She wasn't winning the Forward Gal. She wasn't winning stakes.
No.
Right. He's just got her. I mean, she's going to be better in these dirt races. I wouldn't preclude. I mean, she's a better dirt horse. I don't think she's any going to kill her, but she's better than these horses.
6-7, 1-3, odds-on favorite, 4-5. Pletcher, Franco, late night stables team up for the win. 3rd career victory, and now back-to-back dominant performances from Artemis Sound here. Easy time of things to start this late pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. Well, Manny having a dominant Thursday. This man having a dominant couple of years. He has completely changed his career. Dylan Davis now has a tough decision to make on what mount he's going to wind up on the first Friday in May.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common: Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as Open Company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage here, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. And we just saw a performance from this filly, Artemis Sound. Back-to-back dominating victories now being moved to the dirt.
She ran for the money she took. She absolutely buried these horses, and maybe she's better on a dry track than wet track. She also found the right field. Just, got a good trip, good post, good trip, and just ran as she kind of figured to a little bit, though I liked her, but surprised that she paid under even money.
So $3.90 for the win early. Pick 5 ends just shy of $400. Dangerous Affair, Graceful Rose complete that trifecta as we move on to race 6. $25,000 tag for everyone in here for sale for that price. Horses who only have a maiden win, so non-winners at 2 life. Going 7/8 of a mile and a big scratcher with the 1 coming out. The other half of the entry does remain blown cover. Big drop in class, but much like we saw with that Brad Cox winner earlier on, he's my honey badger. The form recently, it is just not there.
Yeah, and keep in mind with the morning line was more predicated on the 1 running. I think had the 2 been running, and the 1A, the only one running, I think the morning line maker would have made the 2 the favorite, and I think he kind of figures to be with that scratcher. She does.
Yeah, 6-5 right now. 6-year-old gun runner gelding. Ashland Stakes, we saw Dylan Davis going to break and won the Gazelle, Ballerina Doro. Then he heads to the Ashland, and now he's got another Oaks contender, La Cara, Gate to Wire for Marcassi.
I'm really glad we're showing this. I needed the second horse for a nice little score, and I mean, if the race was run like it looked like on paper, she would have won. I don't know how La Cara got loose in here. There were 3 faster horses early. 1 got left, and the other 2 didn't go. Obviously, Mohima is no longer really competitive here, and she can't win without the lead. But La Cara was allowed to cruise in the front end. She got an 88 buyer and got it done. Take Charge Milady, kind of an unlucky loser. She got a very good ride and trip. She just couldn't overcome a horse that had a very surprising pace advantage. And no surprise that Dylan's going to ride this horse. He's riding much more for Cassie than he is for Chad Brown.
We heard him earlier on our program in an interview saying he's got a decision to make, but we've been told this is the filly. Yeah, he will be riding in the Oaks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he knew that he was going to ride this horse. I think we did. I mean, it makes perfect sense. He rides some for Chad Brown, but he's trying to move into sort of the higher echelon of that barn. He's riding a lot for Marcassi. In fact, one of the reasons he went to Florida is he had an opportunity to ride more for Mark. He has to stick with Mark, and frankly, he's riding the horse to be a shorter price. I think she'll finish behind Ballerina Dioro in the Kentucky Oaks, but I understand the decision. I think from a business standpoint, it makes a lot of sense.
4th career win for La Cara. Again, she does it leading every single step of the way at Keeneland, so we'll find out what happens. As you said, 88 buyer in the win. So a mount all of a sudden is opened up on a contender who right now is, 5th on the list in points, Ballerina Doro, for the 151st running of the Kentucky Oaks. Quiet Side, Simply Joking, who battled with her every step of the way in that fantasy. Both those 2 incredibly intriguing on Oaks Day.
So, who's the favorite in that group? I guess Good Cheer. Good Cheer's the favorite.
Yeah.
Quiet Side, 5G, second and third choices. I think you'll see a little money for LaCara, maybe a little more for Take Charge Milady.
I think Simply Joking's going to get that too.
Yeah, she should take money. I think she might be the one that ends up being the best value at all. I think a lot of people aren't familiar with Wit. Doesn't have the same sexiness maybe as some of the others not winning, but she's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
that race,
number 3 awful layoff to battle quiet side, tooth and nail to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, she'd never run a bad race. I mean, 3 races, all good races, all stakes. She never even ran a maiden race. And I agree. I thought she was the one. We expected quiet side to win. I know she wasn't the favorite morning line, but we knew she would be. And I thought she gave her all she could handle in there. It's going to be a fun race because I don't think there's anybody that's done anything so good that they're a heavy, heavy favorite in there. It's a group of fairly evenly matched horses. I do well in the Kentucky Oaks and usually terribly in the Derby.
Oh, at least you get one of them.
For me, if I get 1 out of 10, I'm happy these days.
Every year's a new opportunity. Speaking of Kentucky Oaks winners, we'll take a look back at an incredible performance from a Kentucky Oaks winner who went to Saratoga and added another grade 1 win. Offspring making mom proud. We'll have that story when we come back.
They're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
And they're off. On the outside, it is Latruska going for the lead, and Cookie Dough is there. Serengeti Empress was off just a step slow, but is now moving up from that inside post position and is going up to challenge Latruska for the lead. Serengeti Empress is still there. On the outside, here's Bellafina. Serengeti Empress, Bellafina, Victim of Love down at the rail. A 16th to the finish. Serengeti Empress trying to hold on. On the outside, it is Bellafina. Serengeti Empress is going to win the Grade 1 Ballerina.
That, to me, and that's a Kentucky Oaks winner winning another Grade 1, the Ballerina at Saratoga. As a 4-year-old, one of the gutsiest performances I personally have ever seen at Saratoga. Speed horse from the rail, breaks last, gunned up to go 21-3, 43 and change, and still hang on and win. going 7/8 of a mile.
No, it was an incredible performance that day. I like the little guy much more than I like the bigger guy over there in that picture. You know she dueled with in that race. Latruska, who went on and won like 4 Grade 1s in succession after the race, one of the gamest horses in racing, though going a bit longer. It was a remarkable performance by a very, very good horse. And her foal just won the other day. Her Invictus.
That's the whole reason we're bringing this up.
I knew that. I didn't know.
Brad Cox, with one who first time out went against Chancellor McPatrick, Saratoga. Start number 2 went a lot better.
Yeah, I warned my friend Nick Tamaro, who made her a bigger price in the betting, that while he may not be favored, he's going to take a lot of money in here. And he was bet strong from start to finish in this race, and it was kind of a weird race in a sense, in that he kind of broke on top, but Flavien Prat just let him just sort of settle back in the race, and you weren't really sure he was running. And then he just picked it up top of the stretch. Well, I did watch this in the elevator leaving my dentist, so I'm not in the best view of the race. But I did get service, even though
impressive.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
good
first
elevator.
winner out of the multiple Grade 1 winner, Serengeti Empress, the pride of Tom Amos's barn.
$1.2 million for this one.
Into Mischief out of Serengeti Empress. And
Tom got
maiden win, and now on to hopefully bigger and better things to come.
Yeah, no, I didn't look
Fun
up
to
and
see
see what kind of figure he got, actually. I'll have to look that up a little bit later. Maybe I did see. I think 87. I think Brad Cox won with 2 maidens.
87.
Oh, you got it in there right there, yeah. Because I remember I tweeted it.
What you think I was handing you?
Go away.
We're not passing notes
Well,
up
I
here.
tweeted out all the stakes figures, and I didn't remember that Brad Cox, they said he had 2 maiden winners, and they both got 87s.
Race 6 at Aqueduct.
I think I had a dentist appointment. It was okay. Get a lot of nitrous oxide.
So you sent me to once, by the way.
Yeah.
Torpedo
He's
Run.
moved, you know.
Has he?
Yeah, it's across the street from St. Patrick Cathedral.
It's terrible because that view was incredible.
I know. He had a great view.
Even money
Very
Torpedo Run. Dylan Davis for Michael Catalano. Last start was at Parks, but pretty formful relative to this group. And right now is the favorite.
Yeah,
Even money, though?
I end up scratching into him. I think he's the horse to beat. But sometimes, when a trainer like Linda Rice scratches seemingly the better half of the entry, the other half runs a lot better than you might think.
We talked about Lane Luzzi following in Dad Mike's footsteps. How about Christopher Elliott trying to follow up what Dad Stewart has done? We'll have that story next.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, "Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew."
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
I remember being 2-3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, you know? It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, you know, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, you know, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. You know, when they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him, and you know, he says, oh, you did great, or you could have done this, maybe you should have done this, and I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, you know, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York. My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast. Takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back in the jockstrom was him.
It's very exciting, it is. You know, just in the last year when he started, he accomplished a lot. He got his driver's license, he graduated high school, and he got his jockey's license and got off to riding races, so I'm very proud.
Well, Dad had quite a moment back in 2004. Pilot of Smarty Jones taking those first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. Now son Christopher trying to make his own mark here in New York.
I'm thinking while he was listing the accomplishments of his last year, including getting his driver's license, I'm thinking Christopher was just happy he didn't whip out any baby pictures, you know? Baby pictures couldn't have been far behind there. It's a proud dad.
6-1, that's the mount he'll have, the 4. Messi the Magician, who best race still leaves him a little short.
Yeah, I mean, as one race going back, it's kind of out of the ordinary. To be honest, I prefer the other. This one's 6-1. The other Lolita Chimango, Majestic Arc, is twice the price. I'd probably prefer that, but I guess no. I think I'd probably prefer Messi. That's true. The thing about Majestic Arc is she does have speed, or he has speed. Excuse me.
Yeah, and a quick 3-furlong bullet drill to try and probably ensure that speed from Messi the Magician here coming up. Here's the even money favorite, the Rail Torpedo Run, Dylan Davis, and one who can be forward as well.
One thing I'd say about that last race, the figures match up. I mean, Lotta got a huge 95 buyer, and she'd run a 72, or he had before that, and came back and won here the perfect trip with a 79 buyer. The thing is, it is a figure that sort of matches up for all the runners-up. It just doesn't match for Lotta. And he freaked that day and won by 10, so it may just been one of those weird efforts. This horse kind of ran the kind of numbers he's run. The one worry I have with Torpedo Run, and it's not a knock on the trainer Michael Catalano, who actually does okay.
And it's Christopher Elliott, by the way.
There he is. With Torpedo Run, I'm sorry. Am I?
No, I was
okay.
just...
is that he's been in Chad Brown and then David Jacobson, Safi Joseph. He's been in some barns that I wouldn't be thrilled to be claiming from.
Here he is, short price.
I just don't know who else you want here, especially with the one scratch. I mean, I suppose Blown Cover, the 1A, could rebound to the back races, but since Linda Rice claimed this horse, really hasn't done much running at all, to say the least, and she did claim the horse away from Brad Cox. I just wonder if he can run much, the 1A.
Well, I mean, you talk about, with that favorite for Brad Cox who won earlier, he's my Honey Badger, facing a lot better company. But it's not even close here. He faced the Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, Maximus Magic, who has become a stakes winner for Butch Reed.
Well, even Tivy, who beat the horse here in Saratoga, would probably win this race quite easily.
I'm thinking Maximus Magic. I'm thinking of a different horse, but regardless, a very good one.
No, I mean, he's got back races to win, and sometimes it just seems like when somebody sharp like Linda Rice has an entry and you think one of them looks much better than the other one, she scratches the good one, leaves the bad one, or the lesser one, I should say, in. Those horses seem to outrun their money sometimes.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with blown cover. Blinkers off from the outside post.
We'll see what we get. Son of Gunrunner. Not one of Gunrunner's best.
No. Here is the even money favorite, Rail to Torpedo Run.
I scratched into this horse with the scratch of the 1, and I do think he's the horse to beat, but I have some reservations.
Jose Gomez on First Trumpet, 1 for 23 lifetime.
Well, I mean, he's cutting back after a race that he had no chance. I don't think this horse is impossible. Eddie DeLauro's been in a little bit of a run, too, the trainer.
And you're right about Messi the Magician. We just showed you that feature on Christopher Elliott. That one outlier performance, it came on this track last year.
His lack of speed worries me a little bit, but look at it this way. If the 2 doesn't really run back, this race gets pretty wide open because we don't have any guarantee the 1A can run.
Noble Huntsman, Mitch Friedman, Lane Luzzi.
He's just such a plodding type with no speed, and he's really a better turf horse.
Twirling Vine, next door, Romero Mirage.
He's just too slow on paper, coming off a maiden win, but in a very slow race.
14th career start, and he had to drop way down to get it. Majestic Arc, 12-1 on the outside.
I mean, the thing about this horse is this horse could be the controlling speed in this race. Now, that may not be good enough as he moves back up in class. I don't know if he's good enough, but he does seem like he's the speed.
And I said on the outside, the extreme outside, though, to this one. That's blown cover. Is going to be on the far outside. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, big drop in class. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
And getting a big aggressive solo warm-up for this one, a horse who looks to turn things around after a disappointing non-effort last time out, but is taking a drop back down in class. And Linda Rice actually making 2 claims out of that race back on April 14th last year at Keeneland in that race where she did claim blown cover out of. The other claim being the winner of that race, Yo Daddy, who went on to win 4 different races and has a graded stakes placing in a turf race. So some claims work out and some not so much, and this one is probably being spotted appropriately based on how we've seen him fairly infrequently on the racetrack and that non-effort last time out. I understand if somebody just thinks that he's the horse that is taking that drop in class that is much needed in here and ultimately finds himself in the winner's circle, and the blinkers do come off of this one. Blinkers switching to off and on dirt in claiming races for Linda Rice. She is 38%, 5 for 13 with a $2.04 ROI. Over the past 5 years, and only one of those was an off the turf race. So a move that she does do well, as well as dropping horses in class in general. But we'll go to the horse that is your current favorite right now. That is the 2 Torpedo Run, who does project to be one of the ones that's forwardly placed in here. The number last time that he ran, a 67 Beyer speed figure in that return at Parks, it kind of fits with his recent numbers. When he was running here for David Jacobson, he had a 67 Beyer speed figure prior to that when finishing second to Strapped. And we'll see if he can ever get back to that 79 Beyer speed figure that he ran when breaking his maiden, and that of course was for the $20,000 claiming tag. But I think the thing with both of these short prices is whether or not you really trust that we're going to get one of their better efforts today. And if I don't really trust blown cover, the 1A, or the number 2 Torpedo Run to run back one of his faster races, I'm kind of left with the number 4 Messi the Magician, a horse who he used to have good early speed, and that's not something we've seen from him in quite some time. But he is getting class relief as well as he comes in here for Lolita Shimangul, and we'll see if ultimately he does find this field more to his liking. I also felt as though that race last time won by heavyweight champs that he was in, it certainly didn't hurt anyone to be forwardly placed over the racetrack that day. So perhaps he's one that if either of the favorites or one of the favorites doesn't show up, he can get the job done at a little bit of a better price. Greg?
Again, 5-1, Messi the Magician, that bullet 3 furlong move. So you think they want to show that speed today with that recent work. But the 7-5 favorite will break from the rail, Torpedo Run.
Well, I mean, it's hard to look at the 2 horses and expect the 4 to be in front of the other horse trained by Lolita Shimangul, the 7 Majestic Arch, who's always forward and just possesses much more speed. It's not to say Messi the Magician can't win. I picked him 3rd. I don't have a big problem with him. I don't think 5-1's any bargain on him either. But the truth is, if you look at this race, the pickings are kind of slim. And I'm not in love with the 2 here, but I do think he's the horse to beat. I don't want to bet him at 6-5. I don't want to bet the 1A at 5-2. To be honest, I don't see anybody in here that's a particularly inviting price Even First Trumpet, who I think is a little bit interesting. And you want to give me a couple horses, you say, I don't really like the 1 or 2, then I think the 3 or 4 will win. I'd probably bet the 3 at 7-1 over the 4 at 9-2, and 4 is flashed up to 5-1. But I think they're the 2 horses if you want to try to beat the 1 and 2 in here.
Wow, just this kind of race to make someone even money.
Well, you could have said that about the last race too, right? I mean,
well, at least the horse had that big performance to
I agree.
Somewhat warranted.
Yeah, this
Here,
is
I don't see it.
this is a the other thing about this horse was a proven loser. Finally broke that maiden for Chad Brown with a big figure, but for the most part, this horse never really has run fast races on the dirt. I'm not enamored with him, believe me. I think he's the horse to beat, but I don't have any problem with somebody trying to beat this horse. I don't think that, I just don't see any particularly inviting prices. I don't think 9-2 of the 4 is any bargain. I don't think it's an unfair price, but it doesn't do a lot for me in here. And the 1A at 5-2, I think the 1A is the right other horse, just because these horses have a way of running for Linda. Scratch the wrong half, the seemingly right half of the entry to run the wrong half. Those horses usually seem to overperform, but the 1A's recent form is abysmal. But so is he's a honey badger, and that horse ran off the screen at 8-5.
And this horse, again, like that horse, massive drop down in class, not quite as big as He's My Honey Badger, but equipment change as well. Maybe he can relax with those blinkers off, have more finish late. And he gets the outside post as well, which is potentially here a positive. An in-demand rider, Dylan Davis, on the 6-5 favorite. He has just completely changed the trajectory of his career. Certainly with that summer at Saratoga in the last couple of years, what he's been able to do.
Yeah, no, he stepped up his riding and people noticed. And Saratoga is a good place to step up your riding.
There's blown cover, 5-2 with that extreme outside post here. Jose Lezcano, 4 Linda Rice, 7 steps in, set for the 6th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Blown cover, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Messi the Magician breaks sharply, and Majestic Arc towards the outside has early speed too. Quickly out of the chute, and Majestic Arc is in front. Majestic Arc, but they're bunched up here on the front end. As joining these leaders is going to be Blown Cover, center of the racetrack and at the rail. Torpedo Run wants to muscle on through. No, is going to take back, is now back to third. The leader is Majestic Arc, who's a neck in front, and immediately to the outside is Blown Cover, who's a stalking second. Tough to handle there. At the rail is going to be Torpedo Run. Nowhere to go yet. Is at the rail and now a shared third with Messi the Magician, who broke well, is in that 4th spot. Also gets tight there for First Trumpet, getting shuffled back a touch as Twirling Bind gets to jump 3 wide in that group in the green silks, 23.31 for that opening quarter mile. Noble Huntsman's on the move from the back as they're trying to swarm the leader. Majestic Arc is only a nose in front. Here comes Blown Cover, has been stalking the entire way. 3 wide, Messi the Magician is in the clear, 46.3 for that half-mile time. 4 wide is Twirling Bind, right in behind horses. Torpedo Run is looking for a seam, is in 5th, but now gets a 4 wide run as they reach the top of the stretch, and Blown Cover is down to the inside. Messi the Magician, and uncorked is Torpedo Run. Torpedo Run was in that traffic, but now trying to open up on the field inside the final furlong. Torpedo Run, Blown Cover is not going away without a fight, is down at the rail. Torpedo Run, Blown Cover, Torpedo Run is a half length in front. Torpedo Run will win it. Torpedo Run over Blown Cover, Messi the Magician, and Twirling Vine finish 4th in 1 minute 24.54 seconds.
Torpedo Run, Dylan Davis. Michael Catalano wins at even money here.
You could see this horse was a winner as they were turning for home. Dylan was caught behind horses, but he showed that speed to get the position. They kind of bunched up in front, but once Dylan was able to easily ease off the rail and get to the outside, got it done, though. Frankly, the 1 came back kind of gamely to finish a close second. This race, no surprise, that horse showed up and ran today. The others were basically overmatched. The race was run the way it looked. Listen, and once again, I'm not saying this is the kind of horse you want to bet a lot of money on and even money, but it's just about who you're running against, not necessarily about your talent relative to the others.
2, 1A, 4, 6. And some short prices we have been witnessing here on this Thursday card.
Yes. Are we going to get any other bigger price the next two races?
No, we had talked about it earlier when we were on Talking Horses in the Morning. We think the nightcap, right? Probably going to see the shortest price.
With Jerry's out. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think we expected horses
right?
to be bigger prices, and they've ended up being, so I'm not quite sure about. I don't think we thought, well, this horse is not surprising even money. I think the last winner caught us a little off guard. See what price Pocket Queens is. I'm trying to get Ray Handal home, so that's, probably should have my head examined.
You say that with love. You're a big Ray Handal fan.
I love Ray.
Torpedo Run, Dylan Davis, Michael Catalano Jr., and just the second career win from 13 tries for the 6-year-old gelding by Gunrunner. Gets another winner here on this Aqueduct card. We're going to take a timeout. Prices when we come back. He is back in the Derby picture. Hall of Famer Mike Smith and Bob Baffert teaming up with Rodriguez. Journalism, though, he's for most, if not all, the horse to beat on Derby Day. Stay with us.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Confidently handled, and Bank Frenzy dominates here in the Stymie.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And new for 2025, Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. This is right around the corner. Hard to believe. June 4th through 8th, Belmont Stakes Week, almost here. Be part of the action at Saratoga. Festival tickets on sale now. BelmontStakes.com/tickets. It exceeded expectations last year, and it's going to be a fun one again.
No, it's an incredible experience, and being in Saratoga is great. I'll be going up this weekend. I'm going to see my mom Sunday.
Where's my invite?
You're welcome. You should bring the kids by to meet my mom. She would love that.
I can do that this summer.
She would love that. Seriously.
Long overdue.
She would love that.
Torpedo Run with the win in the 6th. Dylan Davis, Michael Catalano wins as the favorite. Yeah, a couple today for Dylan. Well done.
And Dylan did all the right things. Listen, you ride the right horses, but got a very good trip. Came out easily and got it done. One cover ran today, no surprise. Ran a lot better.
We move on. Race 7. Feature on this Thursday card. 1 turn mile. Allowance optional claiming group. 3-year-old fillies. Fold in New York. And favorite early on here, Carmen's Candy Jar, who won her debut. This sort of been a downhill slide ever since then.
I honestly don't get why this horse is favored in here. I'm not going to say she can't win the race. I think I scratched into her as the third pick, but it just seems to me that she's a Todd Pletcher horse that was best when she first started, and she's never gotten any better. And arguably, her form has declined recently. Could she win here? I suppose. But you've got a horse like the One who's improving, and I think you've got a horse in Valtellina towards the outside who could be a little bit interesting as an alternative. Armis Kenny Jar can win, but she's not winning with my money.
All right, we'll get much more on this coming up. 22 minutes to post in our feature on this Thursday afternoon. Time to talk a little Derby with all these big races in place. All that's left really is the Lexington, and no real big names going in that one, so the picture pretty much set. East Avenue, good comeback effort from him. Much more what we've come to expect of this speedster, but it turns out to be Burnham Square's day. From last to first, Ian Wilkes will be back in the Derby picture.
Got a nice ride from Brian Hernandez to get it done. You know, got a good post, sort of saving ground the whole way around the track and angling out into the stretch. East Avenue doing all the dirty work, but it's nice to see Burnham Square bounce back. He was favored the Fountain of Youth. I don't think he got the best of rides that day. Got a better trip here and showed that that race was the aberration. Thrilled to see Ian Wilkes back in the Derby with a horse with a real chance. Of course, Ian, the assistant to Carl Nafsker when Unbridled won so many years ago in 1990. It's a good horse, but East Avenue also qualifying. He bounced back.
Yeah.
And he hasn't run well since the race at Keeneland. But he also gets the Derby, and he will inject pace. Whether or not you like him in the race, and I'm not his biggest fan, he is going to have an impact on that race because of his speed.
Rodriguez's chances just probably took a big hit.
That was not good for Rodriguez, right? It definitely wasn't.
So Burnham Square moves to the top of the list, punches his Kentucky Derby ticket with that victory in the Bluegrass. And yeah, East Avenue will move on as well. And as Andy said, absolutely changes the entire dynamic of the Kentucky Derby with the speed he brings to the party. And the way journalism had won impressively on the front end of Wood Memorial, now that becomes a major problem for him.
Yeah, I agree. He does seem like a horse that is very talented, Rodriguez, but he probably needs the lead to be effective. Both he and East Avenue have been sort of Jekyll and Hydes between having the lead and not having the lead. It's all good for journalism because he's not slow. He can put himself in the game, but he doesn't need the lead. He is the horse to beat in this Kentucky Derby at this point, whether or not he wins, whether or not you like him. To deny he's the horse to beat, I think, is foolish.
Well, let's look back to the Wood, New York's final prep on the road to that first Saturday in May. Top two finishers moving on. Rodriguez goes every step of the way on the front end. And our Hall of Famer Mike Smith, Grande runs second. He'll move on to the Derby as well for Pletcher.
Well, hopefully. I mean, I think he's going to get in, Grande, and I think he's a major player. This was an excellent effort by him. A huge move up from his first two races because he didn't have the same kind of trips he had in those races. Thought he kept on running at the end and ran very gamely, but take nothing away from Rodriguez. A 101 buyer, put it in perspective, 98 for Burnham Square, 102 for journalism. So he's running fast races, but he is a horse that needs to control. And I think of Bob Baffert's runners, he's the one that would be the most talented and the most likely to go to the lead. But it does appear to be a pace that will be at least honest in the Derby.
Yeah, Grande 22 on that list right now, so we'll see if there are.
Well, Owen Almighty has dropped out. Apparently, he is. They've announced that he's going to be running in the Pat Day Mile.
Okay.
Other horses. We know the first two finishers from the UA Derby are coming. Luxor Cafe is coming from Japan. So, but I think he'll end up getting in. There are horses on that list that don't feel like they're going to the Derby. And I imagine that Mike Rapoli would like Todd Pletcher to not run River Thames, and he would be right because River Thames ain't winning the Derby. But if the connections want to go, obviously they can.
Last Wood winner to get that run for the Roses, Fusace Pegasus is back in 2000.
Except Monarchos was second. He won it in 2001. Funny Side was second. He won it in 2003. It's a little bit deceptive. And obviously, a lot of horses gravitate to the grade ones. And the sooner the grade, two things happen. The sooner the grade stakes committee stops pretending that some are grade ones, some grade twos. All the preps for the Derby should be grade twos. They know it. They need to make that change. They need to figure it out and do the right thing. They should all be on an even par. But also, along with that is this plan they came up with to punish California by smaller fields cutting the points.
Yeah.
Sanity Derby is a grade 1. Is it a grade 1 or is it not a grade 1? And we're going to punish California when they're down. We're going to tell John Sheriffs he should have shipped Baeza to another jurisdiction as opposed to his backyard. To say that Baeza probably not getting in this Derby with his 37.5 points in there when it should be 50. If you didn't get in with 50, I'd say, well, you put your eggs in one basket, didn't work. Same with Grande. But for him to get 37.5, finishing second and running like he did behind Journalism is a crime, in my opinion. And the races, there's races with fillers in them. Those horses should get all the same. Stop with those kind of rules.
As you've said, can you put 4 or 5 horses in the race who had 0 chance and then he gets 50 points? It doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, the Florida Derby had 10 in it. It would have still gotten the points with 6, but 4 of them were no-hopers. They ran 7 through 10. They're not relevant in the field. They never got in the way, and I don't want to hear this argument. And California racing has enough difficulties. We should punish them because they're struggling right now. They've got the goods this year for the Derby, and if you've got the goods, they should be in the biggest race. And if Baeza doesn't get in because of that, I think that would be really, really unfair.
Unfortunate, no question. Wait and see who, if there is some movement, there usually is. And let's go out to the West Coast. And everybody seems to be in agreement, who's rational, that Journalism is the horse to beat going into the Derby.
Right, you don't have to like him. You can bet against him. I may bet against him, but to deny he's the horse to beat, he got kind of shuffled back behind the 3 in here. He finally got back in gear while Baeza is sort of attacking Citizen Bull. And I think Baeza, a lightly raced horse coming off the maiden win, ran an exceptional race, and I'm thrilled for John Sheriffs to see how well he ran. And I want him to be in the Derby.
Yeah.
You want this horse to be in the Kentucky Derby. Journalism came and swallowed him up, but it's not like Baeza just sort of folded his tent. This was a very good horse race, and Journalism had a little trouble, but Baeza moved a little sooner than he did. They put so much distance on the other horses in this race. I mean, how much distance they put on Citizen Bull in the last 16th of a mile? These are good horses.
8.5 lengths back to third. That was to Westwood. So Journalism, though, after a debut defeat, he has reeled off 4 consecutive wins, 3 graded stakes. That obviously eye-popping San Felipe that put him at the top of everyone's list in his 3-year-old debut.
And I think getting a hard race like this is probably good for him in a lot of ways going forward. And while Micah McCarthy has not had a lot of experience, his trainer for himself in the Derby, he did work for Todd Pletcher a lot of years where I'm sure Todd had a horse in the Derby. He's been around a lot of good horses both with Todd and himself, including City of Light. And we've seen a lot of good horses come out of the Santa Anita Derby over the years. I'll never forget watching Sunday Silences. It was on ABC, and they would cover the races, and the heavy favorite 2-5 was Houston for Wayne Lucas, and Houston just he couldn't get the mile and an eighth. If he could have gotten the mile and eighth, he wasn't beating that monster. And I remember watching it, and I loved Easy Goer, like so many of us in the East Coast. We loved Easy Goer. I remember watching the race and going, "Oh, Easy Goer may have an actual rival in these Triple Crown races," and that he did.
One of the winners on that list who would go on to win a Derby, by the way. One of the most incredible stories I've ever heard. I believe it was on NPR. If you can find it, look it up. But about a group of guys who cashed a huge futures bet on winning colors.
Really?
Try and win the Derby, and then their story of going to try and collect that money. It is.
Did they get paid? They better have gotten paid.
I'm not going to tell you.
Seriously, I never heard about this.
You need to go look it up. It is unreal.
Wait, is Bobby, our producer, telling us he has the book? I didn't know.
It's a book too.
So Bobby,
okay.
You can read. Is that what you're trying to say here? Wow, learning new things every day in the show.
Have to deal, I believe, with the cartels.
Really?
Yes.
I've never heard a thing about this. I'll get the book, Bobby. Yeah. Thanks. That sounds fun.
Florida Derby. Let's look out on the East Coast.
Let's talk about that story. This is far more interesting.
And to Pan Street, we expect to see Brad Cox in the picture, and we will. Luis Saez, this horse very lightly raced. This was career start number 3.
He's a really good horse, and it's interesting because the horse finishes behind him. Sovereignty might well be the second choice in this Kentucky Derby, and yet he beat him in here. I think a lot of us feel Sovereignty needed a race. They'll get better with distance, but why should we completely disregard him? He's so light on experience. It's so hard to know who Pan Street is at this point. But this was a really nice effort by a horse that's never run a bad race, and I know Brad Cox was always very, very high on him.
Wins first time out, then second behind Burnham Square in the Holy Bull, then beats the highly regarded Sovereignty. So, an Into Mischief out of a Distorted Humor mare with went for $1 million. You would think longer's better, but that's a tough ask. Start number 4 to win at 1.25 miles, 20-horse field. But
It's a fun Derby this year.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of really talented horses in there. And keep in mind, you can say, well, they're running buyers in the high 90s. Should they be faster? Tapan Street's running his 3rd race. These horses are not that experienced. The kind of horses that have experience, journalism's got a lot of experience, Burnham Road has a lot of experience, and we'll see if that helps them as they head towards Kentucky.
Then you have the Louisiana Derby winner. So what are you going to do with Tiz-tastic? For more on this one, let's go to Paul LaDuca, who's back with us.
Yeah, guys, I was looking at Tiz-tastic, who won the Louisiana Derby. And you really, if you go back and you look at this horse's PPs, he actually won his first 2 races on the turf at Kentucky Downs. He actually won the $998,000 only $1 million juvenile race there. And then, you know, Steve Asmussen put him on the dirt, and he's gotten better and better. You know, in the Rebel Stakes, in the Rebel, he got a bad draw. In the Southwest, you could argue that he should have won that race, or he could have been right there with Sandman with the better trip. And then in the Louisiana Derby, Joel Rosario got aboard him. And you talk about a horse that has some experience. This horse does. 8 lifetime starts, and I do love that this horse has ran well over a lot of different distances, over a lot of different tracks, and being by a Belmont winner and Tiz the Law out of a Tappan mare, the distance should not be a problem. This horse is improving a little bit. Will he get the pace to run into? He really has not run a bad race at all. He's had trouble in like one start where he probably could have won, but he's an improving horse, and if he gets the pace to run into it, if he gets a good draw, he can scoop up a piece, Greg.
We will see. He looked one of several very good storylines. As you said, I mean, even though Journalism's going to go as a horse to beat, he doesn't have to win that race. 1.25 miles, the great separator. This horse in career start number 8 puts up by far his best effort. And Steve Asmussen thought he was going to have a Derby in the stretch a few years back, and an 81-01 shot came and got him.
Yeah, I got to think that would give Steve still nightmares. It's kind of like when you have that nightmare that you have a test in a class that you never went to and you have it for like 40 years after college. Steve will be remembering that a long time. To be honest, if I'm going to take somebody out of the Louisiana Derby, I'll take Chunk of Gold, the horse who ran 2nd over Tiz-tastic, who moved a little sooner.
When's your next top 10 list come out?
I guess I should do one on Sunday, right? Well, I won't be here on Sunday. Next week.
Okay.
People will really have to wait for that. Changed a little after. I think it's a good idea to get Chancellor McPatrick off of it.
Probably. Yeah. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 10 minutes to post in our feature race coming up. There's Carmen's Candy Jar, first timeout winner. This will be the second start back of a short layoff for this 3-year-old filly for Tad Pletcher.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is my Oaklawn.
Sequel New York Stallion Honest Mischief is sired by 4-time champion General Sire Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen Mare Tussaud. Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire-producing family, including Empire Maker and Chester House. Honest Mischief showed both precociousness and speed in a career that saw him earn a career-high buyer figure of 112. And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
Pays to have a New York bred. For more information, go to New York Thoroughbreds Breeding and Development Fund. Honest Mischief. Let's produce some good ones. Sacrosanct, Stone Smuggler, Boston's Finest, stands for 7,500. Sequel Stallions in Hudson, New York. As we take a look at this field here for this 7th here coming up. New York breds in this spot, riders up. There's Carmen's Candy Jar, homebred from Mike Rapoli.
Boy, I didn't see this horse going off as the favorite here. I'm surprised. I mean, I understand that a horse like the one, you know, you have to sort of believe that figure, right? The 72 buyer last time. I think the figure's accurate. You have to believe that that's who she really is because she had never run that before. But, geez, what about Carmen's Candy Jar suggests that she's that strong in here? I mean, I don't like Pretty Magical. She ran a similar figure last time. She did ride a good rail, but maybe she'll be better today. Maybe the blinkers helped her. She could be the speed, and I think Valatella's been facing better horses.
We'll start with Pocket Queen. So that monster jump-up performance last time out in a victory for Christophe Clement.
Greg, I think if she runs back to it, she's going to win here, and I think you agree.
I do. Eric Cancel was aboard. He's back aboard today. Kendrick Carmouche on the favorite here, Carmen's Candy Jar.
Yeah, I mean, she could be forward in here considering the relative lack of speed, and that may help her chances. I'm waiting for her to improve at some point.
Ruben Silvera, Kara's Dreamweaver.
Her lack of speed is not going to help her in here.
Pretty magical. And she got benefited from a rail last start, but she did move up.
That's what I thought. I just feel like she's such a last time was the time horse at that price and a fraction of it here. I want to see it again.
Was adding blinkers as well. Lady Rainicorn coming off a win, but it was slow.
Yeah, she's got to get a lot faster in all likelihood, but she's lightly raced.
For Bill Morey with Lane Luzzi. Here is Valtellina Ray Handal.
To be fair, she never really got back to her first 2 races from a speed figure standpoint. But she does come out of a big figure race. We'll see if it holds up. I took her here. I thought she's got some races, and I was looking for somebody a little less exposed, let's just say. But I'm going to get some price at some point, at least try to.
Well, Paulie, I don't know if we expected this or not, but Carmen's Candy Jar, Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche, favorite on the board right now.
Yeah, and she's getting warmed up very vigorously by Kendrick Carmouche. And I think the plan is they need to be up on the pace in here because it looks like the other filly in here, the 4, is going to be the speed here. So I would think the way they're warming up Carmen's Candy Jar is that they got to get out of the gate and try to put some pressure on Pretty Magical, who looks to have this field over a barrel when it comes to at least the pace. And we'll see whether this horse can win back-to-back and repeat those efforts. But Carmen's Candy Jar looked tremendous on the racetrack. And you can see right there, she's warming up just fine. You know, the last 2 races with Lasix have been a little disappointing. She kind of just causes her own little trouble. So at 9 to 5, I'm in agreement with you guys. I liked her a little bit, but not at that price. The 4 in here, Pretty Magical. That would be my selection, especially at 9 to 2. Hopefully she can repeat exactly what she did last time and take the field from gate to wire, and she should be able to get to the front end. I get she was 16 to 1 last time, but 5 to 1 today. And then obviously the 1 Pocket Queens. You know, if the 2 Carmen's Candy Jar decides to show some speed, the 4 shows some speed, this race is going to fall right into the 1's hands. So I can understand why the public is now making the 1 almost, your favorite here in front of Carmen's Candy Jar. But, you know, I'll take Pretty Magical, try to go back-to-back here, Greg, at 5-1.
So Pretty Magical, yeah, 5-1. Javier Castellano, Mark Hennig. Here's Pocket Queens, though, and just a completely different filly the last time that we saw her in a dominant performance, first time against winners.
Yeah, this was a different horse than we had seen in her prior races. She obviously worked out a very good trip under Eric Hansel here, but she improved dramatically. You look at her dirt races, a 54 buyer, a 47 buyer, and then a 72, and those are all figures that made a certain amount of sense. She really stepped forward last time out. If she can continue on with those kind of efforts, she's the horse to beat in here. I'm surprised that the 2 is a real favorite over her, but the board has been pretty smart here, so maybe the board is right again. But I don't understand how you take a short price in Carmen's Candy Jar. She just has never really improved and probably regressed off of her debut win.
It's going to be very close, according to the double, between the 1 and 2 for favoritism. But the 1 actually is, favored in the doubles.
Yeah, the 2 is a shorter price than the pick 3, which I often find is a better barometer, but we'll see.
So in terms of Pocket Queens, what gives you confidence that the filly we saw last time out, that's who she is?
I mean, I don't say I'd have confidence in any of these horses, Greg. You know, they're a bit erratic, some of these horses. You know, you take the 1 and 4, okay? Pocket Queens, this sudden big improvement last time out. It was her last start, you'd like to think, as a lightly raced horse is improving. She's in a good barn. The 4, Pretty Magical, huge improvement last time out. To me, it's explicable because the 4 was on a good rail. So I think that's why she ran much better. I may not be right. Maybe she comes back and wins. She's not my cup of tea, but I certainly respect Paul's opinion, and he likes her in here, and maybe she does. I think both of these horses, they're kind of one-number-ish horses now, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, Carmen's Candy Jar, well, she's coming off a tie for the worst figures she's ever run from a speed figure standpoint. And she finished well behind Bam Bam's Kiss, a horse who finished ahead of Valentina last time. Valentina at least came closer to beating her. Valtellina, excuse me. I like Valtellina here on the outside. I'm better, and I'm living with her. I think that she's the one that's run against better horses overall. I think she's getting significant relief and company in this race.
And we talked about this earlier. No one really would be a shock in this spot, but I am shocked. Are you a bit that the 2 is favored?
I am surprised the 2's favored. I understand it's Todd Pletcher, but I don't understand she's been nothing but disappointing since breaking her maiden first time out. I'm also surprised the 5 is only 6-1.
Yeah.
If you like the 5 at 6-1, I don't like the 4, but I'd rather bet the 4 at 5-1.
At least with the 5 lightly raced, but the win, start number 2, it was at a mile, but it was very slow. She was favored in that spot, so it's going to be a lot tougher here. She's going to need more. But you could get it. We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that she's 6 to, like, for instance, I think the 6, I have smart friends. I respect Paul's opinion. My friend David likes the 4. I respect them. I don't like this horse, but I respect them. I don't know. Bill Morey does great, but you're going to have to get a lot faster to make the 5 competitive with these horses. And Valtellina on the outside is running against better horses. And I tell you what, I am not a Carmen's Candy Jar fan. I sort of scratched into her 3rd by default. But I think she's a terrible favorite. I think the 1 is a much more likely winner, personally.
9-5, 8-5, respectively on the board. Pocket Queens, there she is. That huge jump up in performance in career start number 4, just her 3rd time on dirt. She's won back-to-back starts, but just completely different the way she looked last time out in that, 25 buyer points higher?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what she does. I mean, they don't always run back to it, so we'll see.
There's Carmen's Candy Jar. One that debuted. Looked like she had such a bright future off that debut. That was turned out to this point has been her only win so far, although she is multiple stakes placed. Here we go with our Thursday feature. Chris Griffin, the call.
Lady Rainicorn. Valtellina, last to load to the outside. Valtellina goes in. All set. And they're up. speed from Carmen's Candy Jars. Hard sent towards the inside, wants to be on the front end. Also right there is going to be Pretty Magical, who's out in the 4-path now as they work out of the chute. It's Pretty Magical challenging Carmen's Candy Jar in between horses. Kara's Dreamweaver, and now 4 across the racetrack with Valtellina, 4 wide in that group as they come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch. The 2 of the back, Lady Rainicorn and Pocket Queens, patiently ridden by Eric Cancel, is the trailer. 23 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. Pretty Magical, and running on is Valtellina. They're 1-2, and Valtellina's on the muscle, wants to go, is within a half length of the leader. Pretty Magical is holding that margin, is a half length in front. Carmen's Candy Jar is dropped back to 3rd, and Kara's Dreamweaver has lost some ground, is back there in 4th. Lady Rainicorn, second to last, and the trailer still Pocket Queens. 45 and 4 for that pressured half-mile time. Pretty Magical is confronted by Valtellina, who wants to push on by, has a nose in front. Carmen's Candy Jar has been well settled there in 3rd, is trying to make up some ground on the top duo. Valtellina, though, is still in hand under a tight hold here, approaching a quarter mile left to go. What does Valtellina have at the top of the stretch for Romero Mirage? A quarter mile left to go. Valtellina is now cut loose. Carmen's Candy Jar is fully in pursuit. Pretty Magical still sticking around down towards the inside and battles on. Lady Rainicorn's trying to run on, and Pocket Queens now weaving through rivals in pursuit to the leader. Valtellina is in front, but Pretty Magical, a stubborn foe towards the inside, is trying to come right back in. Pocket Queens trying to catch them both. Valtellina's inside the final 16th, is up by a length and a half. Valtellina, Romero Mirage, they'll get the victory. Valtellina wins it over Pretty Magical, who holds on to second over Pocket Queens and Carmen's Candy Jar in 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Valtellina stretching back out in distance. Ray Handal, Romero Mirage, the win.
And let's give Romero a lot of credit here. This is not a horse that has much speed. And I imagine Ray wanted to be aggressive as well. I don't want to leave my buddy Ray out. But you wouldn't have expected this horse to be forward. If Romero wasn't aggressive with this horse, she never wins, because the 4 is able to control up front. The 4 ran better than I expected. She ran a good race in finishing second. Pocket Queens ran a little at the end, but she had a good trip. This horse ran a good race and got it done. I don't know why they're betting Carmen's Candy Jar, but I think it's the last time she's going to be a short price, unless she's in for a tag, and I don't know that she would be. She probably has enough pedigree to be a broodmare maybe, but she had a perfect trip here and had absolutely nothing. But doesn't happen often, but Ray Handal and I cashing together.
Well done. Valtellina, daughter of complexity, gets her second career win. Yes, stretching back out here in start number 3 of her 2025 season. And a crafty ride, Romero Mirage, 5-1 on a day that's been incredibly formful.
If we don't get a Paula Duca Ray Handal interview, I'm going to be annoyed, unless he's somewhere else.
Come through for us, Paulie. 6-4, 1-2 finish here in our Thursday feature. Nightcap still to come. We're going to take a timeout. Look ahead to this weekend and the big showdown. Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, back in action. Her first grade 1 of 2025 in her 4-year-old campaign. Coming up in the Apple Blossom.
To the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the Joe's in front. Elite Power to the front at the 60th pole. Gunite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, Valtellina Pavilion Racing. Ray Handal, Romero Mirage in a 5-1 upset in this 7th here. Second win of her career. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? So Valtellina victorious, courtesy of the trainer standing by with Paul.
Well, your wish came true, Mr. Andy Serling. I am standing next to Ray Handal, the winning trainer of Valtellina. You were telling me just by stretching her out helped her out a lot.
Yeah, I think she's kind of losing, losing position early on in races, and we thought, with her running on later on last time out, maybe we'd try stretching her out since she just kind of gotten run off her feet early on, and I didn't expect her to be as aggressive as she was. She was really toting Romero early on in the race, and I think that helped with her finish today.
You were saying you saw 45 and change, and you were like, "Oh my God, what's going on here?"
Yeah, I know. I she looked like she was traveling pretty comfortably. I was shocked to see 45 and 4, but I started looking around and I was like, all right, everybody else looks like they're scrubbing, and she's sitting. So I think we got a big shot.
Well, you mentioned to me, Andy, he said he hasn't been in the winner's circle enough to get interviews, so we're going to change that around. I'm going to be your good mojo, okay, Ray?
Yeah, we can't have Andy be my good mojo. We'd rather you than him.
Oh, wow. I'd rather take that than anything else. Back to you, Greg.
Andy, even though it doesn't come off that way sometimes, is as big a supporter of Ray Handal as there is.
No, Ray's a good man, and I can appreciate some ribbing. Ray brought pizza and champagne one New Year's Eve into the studio, actually. We had a little toast downstairs. Ray's a good guy. Glad to see him do well. He's been struggling a bit since Saratoga, but that will change. But that will change. Ray's a good trainer, and I look forward to him doing well going forward. And he's always a lot of fun.
$12.20 for the win. Well done. With Valtellina, the nightcap coming up. Starter optional claiming field. 1-turn mile. This one for 3-year-olds. And Jerry's out. Wow. Generous 5-2 right now from one we thought would be very short.
Yeah, I'm looking at doubles and pick threes. She's probably going to be closer to around 7-5 by post time. But you and I thought there was a good chance that he'd be the shortest price all day. We already lost that bet.
I haven't made my bet yet.
Yeah. What are you thinking? Trying to make sure you're right on that, bet 10,000?
We'll see. More on this field coming up in a minute. The big one, obviously, this weekend, ABR Race of the Week. Grade 1 Apple Blossom in this Distaff division, where the Queen Horse of the Year returns, Torpedo Anna, in her comeback of her first Grade 1 of 2025. Well, naming a horse, it can be a tricky business. You want to name the good ones after something special, and they certainly got it right with Torpedo Anna. Here's the story of who she is named after, who's pretty good in the water.
I swim year-round, and I have been swimming since I was 5 years old. My coach, he started calling me Torpedo because Ian Thorpe, who was a famous swimmer, had the same last name, and they called him Torpedo, so he thought it was a good idea to call me Torpedo too.
Ryan Hernandez and Torpedo Anna dominate the 150th Kentucky Oaks.
I knew Kenny was at the sale, so I called him up and said, Kenny, you got any horses that you bought today? And he said, I've got 20% of a Fast Anna filly. And so I said, Anna, I can work with that. I said, I'll take her if I can name her. And he thought for all of about half a second and said, okay. And so then I tossed it to Anna and said, you got to come up with a name. And she mulled around with it for a few weeks and said, I can't come up with anything, you name her. Her mother thought it should be Anna's Attitude.
She never told me that.
Yeah. I said, well, why don't we go with Torpedo Anna? I like that one better.
But it's Torpedo Anna. She is simply brilliant.
It's much more fun watching Anna swim. You know, I have a more of a vested interest in her. But it's more lucrative when Torpedo Anna wins. Yeah.
It's a good part of it.
Yeah, it is a good part of it.
I'm like pretty excited for most of the day up until about like 30 minutes before I start to get really nervous and my stomach starts to hurt, and I don't know, I just get really nervous, and I don't know why, because I always know that she's going to win, but still get nervous for it.
But I'm like her. I'm always confident when she runs, but it's a horse race. I mean, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. And some other horse might step up his game that day. But yeah, it's always nervous, but confident.
But it's all Torpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular.
I never expected that it would go this far. I think it's really cool, like just to be a part of it is cool, and then to watch her run and win by how much she wins by.
Yeah, it's been great. Exceeded every expectation I ever had when I started doing this stuff. I wouldn't say it's a dream come true, but it doesn't suck.
Wow, when it works out like that, it is incredible. What a ride that this filly has taken connections on, and it's continuing now into 2025.
Yeah, these are good stories, you know. Good people, interesting stories, fun stories, and the game is supposed to be about fun, and, you know, we're working it and love the game, and there can be a lot of heartbreak in the game, but there's a lot of great stuff in this game as well.
And we still haven't seen, we don't know what she's coming back yet as a 4-year-old.
Right.
That first start back, she didn't need to do a lot. She didn't do a lot. She got the job done. She won, but the glove's going to come off a little bit more, you would think, in this apple blossom.
Well, I think you want the second choice, whose name, Where's My Ring, to come back and run really well, because you want to see her get a challenge. I don't think you want to see her just keep having these cakewalks. Now, one of the reasons she has a lot of cakewalks is she's really, really good. And there are a lot of horses, and listen, she's not as fast, and she's not as good as Rachel Alexander obviously was a 3-year-old, and she's going to have to get a bit faster, but make no mistake, she's a legitimate champion. She's a horse that won her races the hard way, battling with good horses on the front end, putting them away and going on to victory, stumbling at the start and overcoming it, facing the boys and the Travers in what really was the race of the year. She's the good. She's no paper tiger. She's not a phony champion.
Yeah. Look, she was a nose in front of Fierceness after the wire, too. I mean, it was that close. Just an incredible performance. And keep in mind, too, if she keeps progressing this year, as she did last year, very good chance we're going to see her against the boys again.
I would imagine that Kenny McPeek, in a perfect world, things go well in races like the Apple Blossom, whether or not he comes back in the La Troyenne, the Phipps on Belmont weekend, and then you start looking at the Whitney, if she's running the kind of race to compete there. Yeah. Think about Kenny McPeek. He is not afraid of a challenge. He's not afraid to look bad. And I think if you're going to achieve real success in anything, you can't be afraid to look bad, and Kenny's not.
Live coverage coming up this weekend from Hot Springs. Lafitte, Mig, Maggie, Acacia, they'll all be there beginning tomorrow through Sunday for Apple Blossom Weekend, and our reigning horse of the year back at it in her first Grade 1 of 2025 coming up. We hope you join us for live coverage all weekend long, but certainly on Saturday. Nightcap to come here in New York.
You're actually leaving me before the Apple Blossom. It's okay. I'm over it. I was a little upset at first. Like you're only working about 5 hours before that.
Center stage. It's a big one.
You're so generous.
Jerry's out. Rudy Rodriguez, the one to beat. Favorite right now. We'll be back.
Bucaro. Any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come two champions, side by side. Heavenly Prize to the outside and Pansiana right there. And Senora flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Monty Jones, one step forward to Kentucky, and one giant step to $5 million. It's time to make some memories. American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance. The Oaklawn handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5. The champion Azeri, here she comes down the middle, and she does it.
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Curlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths. It's time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
And that's the newest addition, the Whitmore barn. I love what they do out there in Hot Springs. Very neat. Naming all those barns after greats of the game.
Alydar lost the Oaklawn handicap. San Juan Hill, Green Tree Stables.
You ready? We're going to test you now with Apple Blossom winner. Have you been studying up?
Heavenly Prize.
Wrong. Career earnings, $2.5 million.
Halo America.
Cotillion, the only stakes win at age 3. And this helps. 3 grade ones at a 4-year-old, including the Apple Blossom and Belle Dame. Champion older mare and horse of the year as a 4-year-old.
Is that Havre de Grace?
There you go.
Yeah. That's right. She won the Cotillion. She beat the big horse, Blind Luck, I think, after losing to her. And I think that was one time she beat her. She rarely beat her, actually. But Havre de Grace, yeah. Who Tony Dutrow really developed.
What's that?
Tony Dutrow the one who developed. He's the one who gets the credit for Havre de Grace. Took her away from him as soon as she turned 4, but Tony's the one who really developed her. She didn't run until she was a 3-year-old, and she was running in photos with Blind Luck, who, in my opinion, was a sensational filly. One of my favorite. I love Blind Luck.
108 Buyer. Okay.
What?
108 Buyer in that victory in the Apple Blossom. Won the Woodward, beating the boys.
She did. She beat flat out.
Lined up fourth, ran 4th in the Classic.
Yeah.
She was
horse of
good.
the year by default a little bit. It was one of those years where there was nobody, that really that deserving to get it. I mean, Drosselmeyer won the Classic. It's a nice horse, but wouldn't have been my choice as horse of the year. I mean, I got it why she got it that year, but it was kind of she slipped in the right time.
Thanks for killing that segment.
That's what I am. I am a parade rainer.
Always honest, Andy Serling.
Well, I don't want to BS people.
No, I want you to be honest.
I know the truth.
So here's Jerry's out in this nightcap coming up. Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera, and the late Toby Keith. Dreamwalking Farms owns this one, along with Bakari Racing. Much Would you agree? Much the horse to beat?
I think he is. He was wide last time against a Gold Rail. Uncle Jim lost it today, but I don't think he disgraced himself. That was a pretty tough field he was in. Horse should be dangerous. Looks like the speed with Unbroken Chain scratching out. We'll see how much pressure Miles and Miles has. But I think the 7, Just Licorice, is dangerous. And I'm not sure Lou can't win this race. I mean, I know Lou runs second a lot, but he's pretty good. And I'm a fan of what we've seen so far from Amelia Green since she's gone out on her own after working for Todd Pletcher.
Seems like a very bright future ahead, for Amelia Green.
Yep.
2 starts back, had to face River Thames.
But I don't like all the seconds, I just don't like the 5 seconds. But he's a major player here.
And just consistently running the same type of race, which is good enough to win on most days against this field.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless Jerry's out runs that last race.
Just so people know, the only reason we showed that replay was for a horse that scratched in there. We could really show this race from the top of the stretch. And just Lou running second. Got a good trip. Ran pretty well. Did break a little bit slowly this race, though. Maybe getting off the rail will help a little bit.
Ramiro Mirage will look for the late double coming up. And I don't know, it's just there is a big question mark. Lou's kind of the consistent, safe choice almost, but Jerry's out has to prove that last race was not a fluke and that he can do it at a longer distance.
I think that's very fair. That was a real improvement for him. And you're right, it was 6.5. And he's going to have to run back to that kind of effort to get it done. I do think that Lou is a dangerous threat, but he's had a lot of chances. He does come across his best effort. And I think Just Licorice is dangerous as well. That bump break is nonsense. Maybe it was a little bit of a kiss, but did break a little bit slowly. And I thought it ran fairly well to be third, with Lou finishing second. Weird race. The winner was a Chad Brown horse coming up from Florida that had broken its maid in the prior start that improved to win this race.
So Lou 7-2 here for start number 12 coming up. But you have 5 runner-ups in those 11 tries to this point, including last time out. There he is today. So again, Romero looking for the late double coming up on this Thursday card.
Wow.
And it appears, back to Jerry's out again. This is a bit of an assist with, I don't know, the 4 is probably never going to win this race, but he comes out the other speed. Is he all alone up front?
Well, I think it depends how aggressive Jose Lezcano is with Miles and Miles. That one's not slow. He can be forward, and if he's not aggressive, I think Jerry's out will be able to control. I think your point, though, is well taken about him, and he's going to be a shorter price. He's got to do it a mile, and he's got to show his last race was not a bit of an aberration because it was the best race he's ever run. He's run okay before, and he's relatively lightly raced, but he's got to back that race up.
There he is, 5-2. He'll break from post 2.
And he's supposed to just try to go off the lead in this race, whereas a horse like Lou, that's the other thing. Lou and Just Licorice are a bit pace challenged, so maybe his 2 rivals have sort of a disadvantage from a pace standpoint. A lot's going to really depend on how aggressive Jose is with the number 6, Miles and Miles.
And that one at 8-1, the 6, on the board, who's shown speed, but route speed.
Yeah.
This one's shown sprint speed.
Yeah, I understand, but it was a pretty quick pace. The Miles and Miles was chasing last time out, don't forget. And, he's coming out of the race that Lou and the others were in, so I thought he ran okay. I don't really like him. I thought his big win, Miles and Miles, was with the advantage of a gold rail, but he can be forward at the very least, and he could perhaps hinder the one's chances and maybe help some others.
Here's the new face on the circuit. Yeah, Amelia Green there in the center of your screen. Former assistant to Todd Pletcher, and she has made a splash since going on her own.
Horses have really run well for her, and we've also seen horses that switch to her that have improved in her care, and that's really all you can ask from a trainer. Obviously working for Todd Pletcher, Todd's not hiring people that don't know what they're doing, and she worked for him for a long time, and Todd's had some very good people, George Weaver, Michael McCarthy, that worked for him, go out on their own, and she looks like another one that can follow in those footsteps.
He's starting to create his own D. Wayne Lucas-like tree.
Yeah, that's a pretty big tree that Wayne created, but Todd's got some good ones too. Todd would just give all the credit to Wayne.
So riders up. There's Romero hopping on Lou. Post braid here coming up in a moment. Meanwhile, Just Licorice. Linda Rice, the 7 horse at 4-1. Couple back. Tried to go against Sand Devil and the Damon Runyon. Was overmatched.
Yeah, his lack of speed is what worries about me, not his talent. I think he fits very well in here, and he's a decent price at 4-1 right now. Similar price to Steel Vengeance, and I certainly prefer him to that one.
Here we go with our post break. So we'll kick things off with, wow, surprise. Lou has become the favorite, actually, at least momentarily here. Here's Jerry's Out, post 2, Rudy Rodriguez trains.
Good race last time against the racetrack. Figures to possibly be able to be the controlling speed. Now favored.
The rail is going to go to this one here, the 2, Steel Vengeance.
Yeah, we'll see how forward he is with Dylan. His last race was okay. It was an improvement for him.
Dylan Davis looking for number 3 on the card today. Somewhere out there, Easy Bourbon, maybe not. We'll get to him eventually. Here's the 5, Lou.
I like the horses with that name, one name, you know. Maggie and I always loved that horse, Archie.
Romero Mirage again, looking to go back-to-back, 5-2. And we found the 3. There's Easy Bourbon. Mark Hennig trains with Katie Davis.
Comes off a maiden win last time, though, against an inferior field.
But at least for this horse, it was a big step up.
Yeah, it was. We saw Mark Hennig run a good second with a horse off a maiden win in race number 7. We're all over
Just
the place
Licorice,
here.
Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, I mean, I just worry this horse lacks speed, and I worry about him getting a little too far behind. But I think at his price of 4-1, he's playable.
We backtrack to Miles and Miles, Chris Engelhardt barn.
Yeah, didn't run that badly last time. Was a little bit overbet in that race, but I just don't know that he's good enough. But his potential speed could at least be a factor in this race.
And Bernie goes boom. Javier Castellano outside post, distant third behind Steel Vengeance last start.
Based on his PPs, if you're betting him, your bankroll is about to go boom. Why is he only 12-1? Is it all the Bernies are sending it in?
Continuing to float up. We'll see.
He will be higher.
2-1 favorite. Jerry's out with more on the fave. Let's go downstairs to Paul.
Yeah, I just got a text from Weekend at Bernie's. They sent in a big bet on that horse. Let's start with the one in here. Jerry's out, the favorite right now. And, you know, I was talking to Ruben Silvera coming out of the jocks room, and I asked him, what are you going to basically do here? He said, look, I think there's some pace in here, but I got to push from the inside and see where I go. He goes, you know, the mile isn't completely ideal, but he thinks the horse is good enough to win this race. And talking to Rudy, he said, listen, I got the horse, I think, in the right spot. And he said his last work was very good. The other horse in here, obviously the 5, Lou, is taking a little bit of the money. They're fighting favoritism, but Lasix the last 2 times has obviously helped this colt. And, you know, switching barns to the Amelia Green barn, I talked to Amelia a little bit, and she said the horse just didn't break, you know, completely great from the 1-hole draw. And the 5 thinks will be a little bit better in the mix of the pack. And a horse that can maybe lay a little bit off the pace. And then the 7 in here, Just Licorice, that's going to be my selection in here. I think there is some pace in here. I think, you know, I know Andy is worrying a little bit about the 7 being too far back. I just love the way the horse looked in the paddock. Kendrick Carmouche is aboard, obviously hit his 4,000 milestone. And this horse, with the 3 times that he's run on, he's run on Lasix, he's run well. And I think he'll get the pace running too. And I just like the 4-1, Greg.
All right, so Kendrick for Linda Rice. Yeah, 4-1 third choice on the board right now for Just Licorice.
Yeah, I have no argument about that horse. I just worry about the lack of speed. You know, I think the one's biggest advantage of everything is that he has a lot more speed than the 5 and 7. And you get in potential races where, from a dynamic standpoint, the horse to beat can control and the main contenders are sort of at the mercy of the pace. It just gives the favorite that much more of an edge. It's not to say it always works out that way, and it's not to say the 7's a bad bet at 4-1. But I think if you look at it objectively, the 7 and 5 may be a disadvantage to the advantage of the 1, which makes the 1 a more likely winner. But as you said, he's kind of got to run back that last race because it was a real improvement for him.
It's a huge improvement. If he runs that race, this race is over. He chased, you know, on a day the rail was good, he chased a lone speed and actually was making up some ground on that horse.
Oh, I agree. That's why I picked him. He just went down from 9-5 to 6-5.
And for a moment, he was even money.
Yeah.
So Ruben Silvera tactically has the edge in here.
And Ruben is not rating speed horses, so as long as he breaks out of the gate, he's going to be forward. When Ruben Silvera starts rating speed horses, I give up.
2 scenarios where there is actually, I believe, a carryover in the pick 6 today.
Really? Probably the 3 and 8.
You're right on.
Well, you can't fool me. Who was that? The 1 or the 2? 6? Thank you for that. Well, this horse has a late scratch. The 1's going to be on an absolute loose lead. They're probably just adjusting the saddle or something.
So yeah, there's Miles and Miles, 13-1, 2 back, maiden win. As Jose Lezcano patiently waits, as does the rest of this field. And in the meantime, back down to even money on Jerry's Out.
Yeah, that was a big punch going there. Big favorite. Feels like they're tightening the girth, right? Does not feel like they're unsaddling the horse. Looks like Jose's about to get back on, though he's being blocked by others.
Well, we weren't that far off. We expected this horse to be short.
Yeah, no, we said the horse was probably going to be 6 or 7 to 5. It's no surprise. You saw it in the multi-race bets.
This is taking a moment here.
Yeah, this is taking longer than it should.
To get Miles and Miles sorted.
He's getting better and better.
12-1 on, and again, it's been route speed this horse has shown, but did go gate to wire 2 back. That was at 1 1/8. Does he have the ability to put pressure on Jerry's Out? We'll find out.
Well, he definitely is more likely to put pressure on if his saddle is on correctly.
Meanwhile, everyone else patiently waiting here with their riders on their back. There's a leg back up, so here we go.
All right.
So Jose Lezcano back aboard.
More patient than I am. But then again, your average 4-year-old child is more patient than I am.
No argument here. Post 2, Jerry's Out. Ruben Silvera, even money in this finale here on our Thursday card. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Lou moves in. Miles and Miles. Goes forward. 2 out. Just Licorice. Bernie goes boom. Is in. All set. And they're off. Easy Bourbon flew out of the gate, immediately puts 2 lengths on the field, broke very sharply and is up top. Jerry's Out is in full pursuit now, as backing off of that lead is going to be Easy Bourbon. Doesn't want to be up front, as here comes Jerry's Out, and not wider is going to be Miles and Miles with early speed 2. So 3 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Miles and Miles out in the center of the racetrack is a half length in front. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Jerry's Out is right there as a challenging second. Back to third is now Easy Bourbon. Steel Vengeance is the gray is progressing. Another lineup of 3 as Lou is in between horses with Bernie Goes Boom. And the lone trailer far, far back, Just Licorice is about 10 lengths of the trailer as they approach a half mile left to go. Miles and Miles is in front, patiently ridden here, moves into the far turn, 45-3. For that half mile time, Jerry's Out is in full pursuit, is scrubbed along here and not keeping up with Miles and Miles so far as they're well into the far turn right now. Easy Bourbon is trying to rally. Lou is shoved along here, is now 5th, is trying to move to the outside of Steel Vengeance. Very wide rally, Bernie Goes Boom, and still at the back, Just Licorice. Miles and Miles has a quarter mile left to go, and Miles is trying to sprint away. Jerry's Out continues to chase this leader, who starts to tire up front. At the rail, Easy Bourbon's trying to run on, but here's Jerry's Out, who now takes command. Inside a final furlong, Jerry's Out. Easy Bourbon is challenging to the inside. Miles and Miles is trying to hold that spot. The rest are too far back. It'll be Ruben Silvera. Jerry's Out wins the finale. Jerry's Out wins it over Easy Bourbon. Trying to hold on there for third. That was Miles and Miles. Is in a photo with the oncoming Just Licorice. Also right there, Steel Vengeance and Lou in 1:36.86 seconds.
Not quite the way we thought he'd get it done, but he gets it done nevertheless. Jerry's out, picks up the second win of his career as an even money favorite.
They actually were moving up front, 45-3 to the half. And nice to have by the 3 improving, but Jerry's back. He had to deal with those speeds, et cetera, but Ruben let the number 6 go and came out and went around and got it done at a short price to close it out.
7 might have snuck in for third there late.
And was running at the end, but he got the pace to run at. A little disappointing, actually. His horses ran okay.
Even money favorite closes out this card. We're back with you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on our coverage that begins what will be a huge weekend in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Torpedo Anna, reigning horse of the year, lining up on Saturday in the Apple Blossom. It was Valtellina, as given out by Andy Serling. Ray Handal, Ramiro Mirage with a victory in the feature. There she is, the horse of the year, back at it in the Apple Blossom Saturday from Hot Springs. Her challenger, where's my ring? Last year's Gazelle winner coming off a huge return in her 4-year-old campaign. We'll see you tomorrow.